Yeah, I usually call it with Pit. Yeah, the complete name is Fikri. Yeah. Okay, and then the representative of POSB also, yeah, Miss Martin. Are you here? Martin? No. Okay, Martin and Dean, yeah. And then also the PM of OK, Miss Evifania, and also all of the panelists, yeah, Mr. Lotri. Lotri is the former of chairperson of USC in 2024. Okay. And then Mr. Alif and Mr. Rio, yeah, they come from IET, yeah. And also they are the former of JP in 2025. Okay. Yeah, okay, so welcome to our public debate, everyone. So the committee already prepared three candidates of the next USC campus. They are Russia from IT, yeah, and then Kevin from IT, and also Aldi from, yeah. Actually, this is the next step because previously they they meet us, yeah, with me and then Mr. Kenta to doing the interview. Okay, and then based on the interview, yeah, we can say that all of them are good. Okay, yeah. So I think that's not enough because of you also need to know the ability, especially ability to become the next GP of BUSC. Because of that, let us follow this event start from beginning until the end. Okay, and then after that, after public debate, yeah. Oh yeah, tomorrow also we have the public debate for the USB, yeah. And then the panelists will be Satria. And then Fatima, yeah, okay, Putri Fatima also, and also Rehan. Okay, yeah, so that's for tomorrow. So please come again tomorrow, yeah. Tomorrow will be also public debate for the USB. Tomorrow, Mr. Kenta will come here to open the event. Okay, so that is for today, everyone. So yeah, after public debate, we can continue with the vote. Yeah. Actually, vote on for the election itself, and this is the part of democracy in Indonesia. So if you are foreigners, maybe from China, from Myanmar, or wherever, maybe you don't know about democracy because maybe in your country did not use democracy as the system. But here in Indonesia, we use it. So we know about election and also voting. So let you see what's happened in Indonesia, and also the USC will be the organization that you can learn about democracy. Okay, so I think that's my speech for today. Yeah. Good luck for the three candidates. I hope that you can do your best. Okay, and then allow me to close my speech using pantun. This is Indonesian pantun, so we use bahasa Indonesia. Perpustakaan mencari buku. Baca ilmu sepanjang hari. Berani bicara menunjukkan maju, berani berbeda memperkaya diri. Pak Taufik mendapatkan hidayah, anak cucunya kini bersatu. Wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Donald. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we shall now proceed to the candidates introduction session. We kindly invite all participants to focus on the main screen as we present the profile of the candidates who stand to shape the future of the President University Student Council. Let us watch the profile presentation of candidate number 1 of PUSC, Mr. Rasha Benapa Akbar. Let us focus our attention on the screen.
Hello, I'm Akbar, an informatics student from the batch of 2025. I'm the candidate number 1 of President University Student Council, and currently I serve within the Research and Development Commission of the President University Student Council 2026. My professional background as a Google Student Ambassador and my experience winning the first place in the Samsung Innovation Campus have provided me with a research-oriented mindset rooted in technical excellence and community service. Today, I am honored to present my candidacy for the chairperson of PUSC 2027. My vision is to make the PUSC as a professional team that uses facts and data to make the best decision for everyone. We will listen to the needs of all students from different cultures and work closely with the university to get the best result. I believe our council is most helpful when use a real evidence to solve problems and act with a professional mindset. To realize this vision, my leadership will be guided by 5 strategic mission internal excellence. We will implement a human resource framework that prioritizes professional work standards alongside the well-being of every member. The second one, career integration. Through the professional competency framework, we will align council roles with the specific career tracks, such as technology, research, and project management, ensuring every member lives with a resume-ready portfolio. The third one, organizational growth. We will standardize student organizational operation through administrative coaching and collaborative forums. The fourth one, digital transparency. We will develop transparent digital systems to allow the student body to track advocacy progress in real time. The fifth one, multicultural inclusion. We will establish collaborative forums to bridge the gap between local and international students, fostering a truly inclusive campus. But the heart of my impact lies in our most ambitious global event, the Global Synergy Forum and Multicultural Innovation Expo. This is not just an event, it is a solution for everyone. For the first time, we will bring every student from the international and also local student, mix a team to solve a problem in the technology. Because I believe in Mission Global Synergy, I'm setting a clear target. 30% of our participants must come from the international community. This event will bridge the gap within our cultures, ensure every voice is represented, and provide with the verified skill certificates that prove your readiness to the global workspace. Leadership is defined by the impact that we leave behind. I am committed to build a council that values your well-being, respects your diversity, and accelerates your future. I'm Rasha Binova Akbar. Let's turn our shared vision for a better campus into reality, building it together with data, professional standards, and heart. Thank you for your trust. Vote for a measurable future in PUGE 2027.
Hello, Press Universe. My name is Kevin Linata, and I am from Informatics Batch 2025. Here, I am as the second chairperson candidate of President University Student Council 2027. My vision is to realizing the President University Student Council as an integrated, critical, transparent, collaborative, credible, and responsive organization that serves as the true representative of the student voice by serving as a bridge between students and management of President University, ensuring all student voices are heard in fighting for justice and shared prosperity in campus dynamic. My vision for PUSC 2027 is to strengthen PUSC internal strategy through structured and effective human resource management based on professionalism, discipline, and a strong sense of belongings. Second is to build an integrated and responsive digital aspiration service media as a means of accelerating advocacy for student complaints or voices to campus management. Third is to realize legislators who are sensitive, adaptive, and critical to the dynamic of social and student environment to produce a relevant and contextual legal product. Fourth is to carry out a supervisory function that is stronger, objective, and transparent to achieve work programs that are on target. 5 is to establish harmonious collaboration with all student organizations and management at President University to create a dynamic campus climate.
My work plan for PUSC 2027 first is Legislation Training 2027 that will be conducted in the early of November 2026 to ensure all PUSC members have a good knowledge regarding PUSC. Next is PSC Current Connect 2026 that will be conducted in the end of November 2026 to celebrate PSC anniversary and conducting social activity with all PSC member and PSC informer. Next is General Summit that will be conducted 2 times, first in December 2026 and second in July 2027 to give approve and disapprove to upcoming PSC work program and give an evaluation to all PSC work programs that have been conducted. Next is PSC Leadership Training 2027 that will be conducted in the middle of December 2026 to ensuring all PSC members have a good leadership skill. Next is PSC and PSV Training 2027 that will be conducted in the middle of January 2027 to give a training to all PSC and PSV members, including all supervisor, project manager, and vice project manager from those two organizations. Next is International Forum 2027 that will be conducted in the end of January 2027 to collect all aspiration and feedback from all international students. Next is Open Mediation Forum that will be conducted online from January until July 2027 to collect all aspiration and feedback from all students at President University. Next is Board of Director Forum 2027 that will be conducted in the early of February 2027 to give material session to all Board of Director from all student organization. Next is Head of Student Organization X Management Forum 2027 that will be conducted in the end of February 2027 to create two-way communication platform with all Head of Student Organization, Management, and also Rectorate at President University. Next is Head of Student Organization Training 2027 that will be conducted in the early of March 2027 to give a material session and training to all Head of Student Organization or chairperson and vice chairperson regarding leadership skill. Next is PSC at Pusc Forum 2027. This will be conducted in the middle of April 2027 to collect all aspiration and feedback from student to dormitory management. Next is President University General Election 2028 that will be conducted in the middle of June 2027 to find a new leader for PSC and PSB for the next working period. Next is PSC Regeneration 2028 that will be conducted 2 times. The first is from the end of June until the end of July 2027, and next is from the end of August until the end of September 2027 to find a new member for PSC 2028. The last but not least is the Grand Inauguration 2028 that will be conducted in the middle of October 2027 to formally inaugurate the new leader and member for all student organizations and club and communities at President University. Don't forget to vote number 2. Thank you and see you, President Universe!
Aldi Fadila, let us focus our attention on the screen.
Hello Press Universe, I'm Aldi Fadila from International Relations Batch 2025, and here I am as the Chairperson Candidate number 3 of President University Student Council or PUSC. So, my vision is to shape and realizing the President University Student Council that will act as a trusted bridge that connects students to the organization and the management of President University by upholding unwavering credibility as a trusted bridge that fosters awareness and resolve issues through collaborative dialogue and inclusive solution. So, my first mission is to create an impactful organizational environment that supports members' well-being and build emotional resilience to maintain better focus, productivity, confidence, and consistency in their performance. My second mission is to foster greater awareness of student needs, campus issues, and important concerns within President University. My third mission is to create a fair, inclusive, and responsive environment where every student feels represented and heard. So, my fourth mission is to uphold trustworthiness in every decision, discussion, and mediation carried out by the President University Student Council. And my fifth mission is to build effective communication between students, student organization, and the management of President University, along with encouraging collaboration and mutual understanding among stakeholders. And my last mission is to act as a resourceful and solution-oriented body that responds to problems with practical and effective action. So, here are my work plan that align with my vision and mission. But also, this work plan is designed to fit not only for one party, but all parties that involved in President University, including student organization, and the management of President University. So, that's all the explanation of my video. Come and choose number 3, and let's make history. See you!
With all candidates now officially introduced, we are now proceed to the public debate session. Without further ado, I would like to invite our esteemed moderator to take the floor and guide us through the discussion this afternoon. To our moderator, Ms. Bilkis Aisha Nuri, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Good afternoon, everyone, distinguished panelists, candidates, committee, and fellow participants. My name is Bilkis Aisha Nuri, and it is my honor to serve as the moderator for PUSC Public Debate of PUGE 2027. Throughout this debate, my responsibility is to facilitate the discussion, ensure all candidates receive equal opportunities to express their views, maintain professionalism, and oversee the implementation of the debate procedures in accordance with the established rules. Before we proceed, I would like to introduce our panelists. Our first panelist is an experienced young professional with a strong background in communications, youth development, diplomacy, and organizational leadership. He currently serves as the Chief Communication Officer of Youth Ranger Indonesia. Throughout his journey, he has represented Indonesia as a delegate at the International Youth Potential Summit Thailand 2025 and the Sekolah Kita Diplomacy program in Manila, Philippines in 2023. He has also had a contribute as an associate at the International Youth Potential Summit Vietnam 2027. Professionally, he has gained valuable experience through internship at Ruang Guru, Garuda Indonesia, and the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia. In addition, he has been invited as a speaker at the Indonesia Digital Marketing Conference 2026 and the Universitas Terbuka Model United Nations 2025. Within student organization, he previously served as Network Maintenance Manager of ISAC in President University. Most notably, he served as the chairperson of the President University Student Council 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our first panelist, Mr. Lodi Sinaga, BCom. Our next panelist is a cybersecurity professional, researcher, and student leader with extensive experience in technology, artificial intelligence, and organizational management. He is currently serving as a cyber defense incident responder at Penta Auto Network, where he contributes to security monitoring, incident response, risk assessment, and cybersecurity governance. Prior to this role, he also gained experience as a security researcher and AI developer, working on projects involving artificial intelligence, machine learning, cybersecurity operations, and educational technology. Academically, he is in a bachelor degree in informatics at President University. With an outstanding GPA, he is a recipient of the China Harbor Engineering Company Scholarship and was selected to represent President University in the Korea ASEAN Digital Academy Bootcamp. Within the university community, he is served as the chairperson of President University Student Council 2025, where he led the organization and oversaw various student initiatives and university-wide programs. His expertise in leadership, governance, innovation, and digital transformation provides valuable perspective for today's public debate. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our second panelist, Mr. Alif Alang Abipraya. Our third panelist is an aspiring legal professional with a strong background in corporate law, organizational leadership, and student advocacy. He is currently pursuing a bachelor degree in corporate law in President University, maintaining an impressive academic record while actively engaging in legal and organizational activities. Throughout his academic journey, he has earned various achievements, including recognition in leadership and business-related competitions, demonstrating both analytical and strategic thinking skills. Professionally, he has gained valuable experience through legal internship at PT Bekasi Power and PT Greenfold Power Indonesia. In this role, he has been involved in legal research, contract drafting and review, corporate compliance, due diligence processes, and the preparation of various legal documents that support business operations and decision making. Beyond his professional experience, he has also played an active role in student governance. As the former Vice Chairperson 1 of President University Student Council 2025, he contributed significantly to representing student aspirations, facilitating communication between stakeholders, and strengthening organizational functions within the university community. His dedication and leadership were further recognized through multiple awards for outstanding contribution and service. With his experience in corporate law, governance, leadership, and student representation, he brings valuable insights and perspective to today's public debate. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Muhammad Rio Divanagara. We will now proceed with the opening speech of candidate number 1. Each candidate will be given 2 minutes to introduce themselves, to present their vision, mission, and commitment. I would like to invite the candidate number 1, Mr. Rasha Benova Akbar, to deliver his opening speech. To Mr. Rasha, you may come to the front.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan untuk kita semua, Rahayu. The Honorable, the Advisor of PSC and PSB, the Honorable, the Chairperson and the Vice Chairperson of President University Student Council and the representative, also the Chairperson and the President and the Vice President of President University Student Board and the representative, and the Honorable, our distinguished panelists, also the fellow students of President University. First of all, I would like to express deeply appreciation for the committee who has already organized this event. I hope for this debate session, it's not only for a structural or a common protocol for a political in university, but I hope this platform is become an official platform where we can share the idea which will answer the problem, the solutions, or the questions from the university itself. And I hope in this session we can share and we can complete and challenge ourselves to defend what our problem is. And I hope we can conclude for everything that we do. We will take a responsibility. And my name is Rasha Akbar. As a candidate number 1 for Chairperson of President University Student Council 2037, and as my background an IT student, and I have experience as a leadership for 30 years, and based on that, I have already discovered many types of student, many types of diversity, and I have already discovered the many uniqueness of a human. And based on that, I trust and I'm ready to make this organization become great, and I can contribute more to make this organization become great again. And let's make a better future, and I hope for a best future in this organization. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raja. Next, we will proceed to the second opening speech by candidate number 2, Mr. Kevin Inata. To Mr. Kevin, you may come to the front.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good evening, good afternoon to the Honorable Advisor of PSC and PSB, to the Honorable Chairperson and Vice Chairperson of PSC, also alongside the PSC member, the Honorable Panelist of PUG 2027 and the moderator of PUG 2027. My name is Kevin Inata, and I'm here as the second Chairperson candidate of PSC 2027. Here, I would like to introduce my vision, mission, and work plan for PH 2027 that I have separated to several points. That is the integrated critical, transparent, collaborative, and credible and responsive student organization that serve as a bridge to as the true representative of the student voice. And in here, we will ensuring all student voice are here to create the dynamic campus climate. So that's all from me, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gavilanata. Next, we will proceed to the candidate number 3 of POC 2027, Mr. Aldi Fadila. To Mr. Aldi, you may come to the front.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. To the respective Sir Donald as the advisor of PUSC and PUSP, to the respectable chairperson and vice chairperson for President University Student Council, to the respectable panelists. So my name is Aldi Fadila. I'm here as the candidate chairperson for number 3 for President University Student Council. And I'm here as not only as a candidate, but as the someone that recognizes the leadership is not only about the slogan, but as the someone who give the credibility to this work. So that's why I want to make the President University Student Council as the trusted bridge that foster greater awareness to the campus need, and that's why I'm here, not only just to change the President University, but also to give the sustainability to the campus environment. So that's why I want to invite all of you not only to choose the loudest voice, but to choose someone with clear, effective, and strategically vision and work plan. So that's why here as the candidate of the President University Student Council, I want to give the systematic and the effective vision, mission, and work plan. So that's all for me. Thank you so much.
Before we proceed to the main agenda, I would like to read Article 17 regarding the Code of Ethics for candidates during the public debate. Candidates must follow the following Code of Ethics. 1. Candidates are not allowed to use any communication devices at all times during the public debate, including break time, except for urgent matters. 2. Candidates must use polite and respectful language at all times. The use of harsh, inappropriate, or offensive language during the public debate is strictly prohibited. 3. Candidates shall not use insulting, discriminatory, or provocative statement. 4. Candidates shall not receive answers, cues, or assistance from any party during the debate session. 5. Candidates shall use Mr. and Miss to call each other. 6. Candidates are not allowed to do activities that are not related to the public debate. 7. Candidates are strictly prohibited from bringing or consuming cigarettes, vapes, drugs, or alcoholic beverages during the public debate. 8. Candidates are strictly prohibited from fighting or engaging in any form of physical or verbal altercation. 9. Candidates shall not leave the debate venue without permission from the committee. 10. Candidates shall remain in the waiting room during break time, except when leaving to use the restroom or attend prayer. 11. Candidates shall not communicate with anyone, including campaign teams, attendees, panelists, moderator, MC, and committees, except for their designated person in charge from law enforcement throughout the public debate. Thank you. We kindly ask all candidates to comply with these provisions throughout the debate session. We will now begin with the first debate session, that is the motion debate. In this session, 6 motions will be discussed. For each motion, one candidate will provide the initial answer. The other two candidates will provide responses. The initial speaker will then give the opportunity to respond on those remarks. Each speaking turn is limited to 2 minutes. Each candidate may only speak when invited by the moderator. Lastly, candidates are expected to remain respectful and address the motion that is being discussed. I will now present the first motion. The team, please help me to spin the wheel. Motion number 3. This motion is for candidate number 1, Mr. Rasha. Listen carefully to the motion because I will not repeat the motion. For the description, student organizations have expressed the need for clearer and more transparent written regulations to ensure consistency, accountability, and equal treatment across organizations. However, university management believes that excessive written regulations may reduce flexibility and create unnecessary limitations for student organizations. As a legislative body, USC must balance the need for transparency with the need to maintain an adaptive and supportive organizational environment. The question is, how would you address the differing perspectives between student organizations and university management regarding written regulations? What approach would you take to ensure that regulations remain transparent, clear, and accountable while avoiding unnecessary restrictions on student organizations? Candidate number 1, Mr. Rasha, 2 minutes begin when you start to give your answer. You may begin.
The first statement that I will say, I will answer the first question. How would you address the different statement between the student and staff management? The first one, I will say, I will see in the student perspective, they want to find a clear statement or the clear regulation about the regulation that exists from the student management itself. But the current situation, there is no platform that provide the regulation that has been made by the student of it itself. And some of the students maybe couldn't or haven't discovered about that platform yet. And to address that, I will propose, based also is aligned with my vision, to make a transparent connection between the student and the student management itself. The approach system that I will propose is make a system. It's also related to my background to make a system that will provide all of the written regulation that before all of the regulation is enacted, I will also that related to my work plan, which gather the student itself and the student management and the student organizations and the student management in the one same forum. After that, they will discuss everything about the regulation itself, what the student needs, and what the student management want from the student itself. And then after they have already concluded everything, and at the end, we as President University Student Council, who made the regulation itself, can publish it in anywhere. In the easiest way and related to my background also in the IT, we can make a website that get accessible by every student of President's University, so they can get the latest information of the regulation itself and can get the information more easy. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rasha. Now we will proceed to candidate number 2 for giving the response. 2 minutes begin when you start to say your response. You may begin.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rasha, for the answer. So indeed, it's also aligned with my work plan and vision mission. That is, I will collect them in one forum with all the head of student organization as the representative of their respective organization and major and faculties, and also with all the management. So in here in this forum, this collaborative forum, they will discuss what all they need and find the solution together with the discussion with the management in there. Thank you.
Mr. Kevin, you still have 1 minute and 20 seconds. Do you want to add more?
Okay.
Next, we will proceed to response from candidate number 3 to candidate number 1. Your time will start when you start to make a response. You may begin.
Okay. I also do, but except that it's also aligned with my work plan, which is BOD Forum 2. In BOD Forum 2, we discuss regarding all the regulation that need in President University, and also it will be invite the management. So the management also visible regarding the regulation that already made in President University. So that's why the written regulation, in my opinion, should be flexible because of that, because the flexible regulation cannot limit the student itself. Thank you.
You still have 30 minutes. Do you want to add more?
That's all for me.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Aldi. Before we proceed, I would like to give the conclusion for the first motion. For Mr. Asha, he explained that transparent connection between student organization and management is very important. And he prepares a system that provides written regulation, a forum to discuss regarding the regulation. And he said that PUSC can make an accessible website for the regulation. And then for Mr. Kevin, he wants to make a collaborative forum to have discussion with the management. Lastly, for Mr. Aldi, he said that a system should be made to define the regulation. The regulation also should be flexible to all parties. And lastly, aligned with his work plan, he made a BOD forum too to discuss the regulation itself with the management. We will proceed to the next motion. To the team, please help me to spin the wheel. Motion number 4. I'm sorry, before we proceed, I missed one stage. So after the candidate number 1 answer, candidate number 2 and 3 response, the candidate number 1 should also give response to the response from candidate number 2 and 3. So for candidate number 1, your time start when you start to give the response. You may begin.
As the statement from the candidate number 3, it's aligned with the what I have mentioned before. But the important thing is here is the system is really integrated with the both parties. So for the student management itself, they can handle and access it, and even if there is any news adapted, they can update it frequently and based on the new situation. And also for the student itself, they can lively see the current change of the problem itself. And based on that, the proposed work plan is very supporting to the statement from the motion. That's all from me. Thank you.
Do you have anything to add? Still have 1 minute.
It's enough.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Rasha. Now we will proceed for the candidate number 2 with motion number 4. The motion description, please listen carefully. Throughout the year, PUSC receives numerous student concerns ranging from academic policies, campus facilities, student welfare, organizational matters, and university services. However, PUSE has limited time and resources to address every issue with the same level of attention. The question is, how would you determine which issues should become PUSE's priority? And how would you ensure that less prioritized concerns are still fairly represented? You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Okay, thank you for the question. So for answering that, so first we will make a list from the most crucial things that student needs, like for the finance and campus facilities and from the student affairs also. So we will prioritize that first. So we will collect all the aspirations first based on the crucial and presenting to the management and find the solution for that suggestion from the student. And then we will also try to sorry collect again for all the less crucial aspirations from the students, and will ensuring all the student voice are here in here by making a digital aspiration service media. So in there, the student can put all of their aspiration or suggestion to the management of resident university, and will look in there where is the most crucial and most urgent that students say in that, and will prioritize that and do the mediation with the management for find the solution. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kevin. Now we proceed to the response from candidate number 3. You may begin.
Okay, so problem in the resident university, in my opinion, should be determined by two things. The first thing is the quality of the problem itself, and the second thing is the quantity of the problem. So what I mean about the quality is when something related to the student right, it should be prioritized. And for the quantity itself is how many students propose this problem. So that's why I made the head of student forum 1 and 2. And head of student forum 1 and 2 is to serve as the platform for everyone in the president university to give their opinion, to give their problem to the management itself. So in my opinion, some problem that already already violated the student right should be prioritized more. So, and then the quantity itself, if the problem itself is become bigger, because we don't pay attention to the quantity of the student that give their aspiration regarding this problem, we need to ensure that this problem also, we as the legislative body, we need to give a solution regarding the problem that always happen in year by year that will be divided into. So that's all for me.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Now it's time for candidate number 1 to give response to candidate number 2. You may begin whenever you're ready.
For the statement from the candidate number 2, for the listing all of the problem is not only prioritizing all of it by the category itself, but I think for me personally, based on the experience that I have already experienced in these organizations, the implementation of solving a problem in the president university, usually we discuss it with the advisor itself, and most of that, the priority, how we address the prioritize thing or the problem itself by the time when we implement it. So it will divide it for two types of the problem that can be solved in the short term or in the long term. So the consideration between these two terms is the, for example, like the time implementation, maybe the budget itself, and the urgency itself. So based on this category, we will more find what is the student needs, the most urgency thing that, or the most urgency problem from student itself. So after we can see the prediction or of the realization of the solution from the problem itself, it's more easier to give the best solution, and we can highlight which problem must we have priorities first. And for the last one, so we can also add the based on these two category also. If it's applicable for the short term, so it can be solve in a short time, and also we can do action for to solve that problem. After that, for the long term, that maybe cost many sources, so we have to discuss it become more longer term. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, candidate number one. Now we will listen to the response from candidate number two regarding candidate number three and candidate number one responses. You may begin.
Okay, thank you for the response candidate number 1 and number 3. So I will take the conclusion. So it's also aligned with my other work plan. Also, there is will be like also management forum, open mediation forum, and PSC Pusc forum, also international forum. So in here we can see in every perspective in students, so we can see where is the most urgent issue that reported by students, and we will try to do the mediation and find a solution together with the management for those issues. That's all. For me, thank you.
We still have 1 minute. Do you want to add more?
It's clear.
All right. Now I'm going to give the conclusion for motion number 4. From Mr. Kevin, he said that it should be listed based on the most crucial issues. And he also have digital aspiration media in his work plan. And he said that the mediation with the management can be also done in his work program, that is the HOSO Management Forum, and also the International Forum to discuss the most urgent matters. Now for Mr. Aldi, he said that quality of the problem, he said about the quality and quantity of the problem. So something that violates the right of the student should be prioritized. And then he have the HOSO Forum as the platform for it. And he also said that we need to prioritize the problem that happens year by year. Lastly, from Mr. Rasha, he mentioned that the issue should be listed out based on how long the issues can be resolved. There is a long term and also the short term. And he also mentioned that one of the factors is about how many resources needed to make the issues clear. All right, now we will proceed to the third motion for the team. Please help me to spin the wheel. Motion number 5. This is the motion for candidate number 3. Before we proceed, for all the candidates, when you are answering to the motion, please stand up. So after that, you can explain your responses or your answer. Okay. Now for motion number 5, the description is, as an international university, President University consists of students from diverse nationalities, cultures, and backgrounds. As a result, different student groups may face different challenges, concerns, and expectations throughout their university experience. Some concerns raised by international students may differ significantly from those raised by domestic students, making it challenging to ensure that all voices are equally represented. The question is, how would you ensure that both international and domestic students are fairly represented in PUS's research, aspiration, and policy recommendation process, particularly when their needs, priorities, and concerns are different? How would you ensure that no student group's voice is left behind? Professor Ali, you have 2 minutes. You may answer whenever you're ready.
Okay, so what we see here in the President University, for the each different international student, they have their own community. So we have also the vice project of the vice chairperson too that come from the foreign student, and the foreign student itself should be represented not only their community but all of those community itself. So what I provide here is the president university will dive more to their community, not only as the local person, but as the legislative body that represented their voice itself. So that's why it doesn't included in the work plan because I want this chairperson like dive more into their community. That's why we really need to be careful to choose the vice chairperson too, because that chairperson too is will be represented the international student in the President University Student Council, and we as the representative also not only represented the local student but the international student itself by clear communication such as using proper English language, not using any idiom or what, so they can understand what we say and they can participate more in our work plan, such as pay attention, head of student forum, and then all of the work plan that are already designed in this system that fit into the President University. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Now we proceed to candidate number 1 to give the response. You may begin.
Responding to the statement from the candidate.
To the team, please restart the time again. All right, you may start.
To respond the statement from the candidate number 3, I will say it's not enough if we just depend on the second of or the vice president number 2 of President University Student Council itself. But we also can align it with it's aligned with my work plan, which is international collaboration forum that's gather the student not only from the international student itself, but also with the local student. It makes situation where the local student can mix and have same situation at the same time. Also, to supporting that, we will collaborate with the international student to make a forum where we can make a study case, for example. At the first, maybe it's more easier if we apply it in the beginning of the semester, where the student has this already start their study. At the time, we can share about the culture of the local culture itself, and we can share about to them what is the to make them don't feel like culture shock. So to ensure that if they are open to us, so we will provide a safe place with them to give their more voice to express what their concern. So we have to be open to them. So if they are open and we are going to have a collaboration with them, it's more easier to us to have a platform, and we can minimize, as the question before, we can minimize the less voice can be left behind. So we can ensure that can happen. That's all from me.
Thank you, candidate number 1. Now we proceed to candidate number 2 to give the response. Candidate number 2, you may start whenever you're ready.
Okay, so for answering that, it is aligned with one of my work program also, that is in the international forum. So in here, I will invite all the international students from every community or every country. So every communities of international students will give their representative to represent their country in the international forum. And yes, the representative student will collect all expression and suggestion from the international student in the international forum, and then we will conduct the mediation also with all the respective management to find all the suggestions that have been collected before in international forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kevin. Lastly, we will have the response from candidate number 3. For candidate number 3, you may begin.
Okay, to respond the candidate number 1 and 2 statement, here I'm still seeing the platform is still doesn't relevant because in the aspiration itself, we see there have a low participation in the aspiration. So I think for making the platform itself still doesn't relevant. What I do here is to attract the leader of the community by head of student forum 1 and 2. In the head of student forum, they contain the vice chairperson too, which is the foreign student. So that's why I'm still seeing the platform to attract all of the foreign students. It's still a bit doesn't relevant. So what I am here is the leader of the community. So the leader can attract their own member community. So that's why uh, I still want to involve the international student, but what I do here is doing step by step. So I hope that someone, the candidate next chairperson is involved and then elaborate more of my work plan. So what I do here is the first step to the gate of the foreign student community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Now I want to give the conclusion for the motion number 3, which is to ensure that no student group's voice is left behind. The candidate number 3 said that the platform from candidate number 1 and number 2 is not relevant because he thinks that it is better to prioritize to choose the best vice chairperson too, so that they can be the leader of the and representative of the international student. And also, the international student should be able to join all of the work plan of USC. And then the next one from Mr. Rashad, he proposed the International Collaboration Forum, which is also collaborate with the international office. And also, Mr. Rashad said that we need to share the local culture to the international student to avoid culture shock within the community. And then next we have Mr. Kevin. He found the international forum, which also invites the representative from each country. So there are all of that is the efforts that will meet by each candidate to make sure that no voice is left behind. Now, this is the end of the motion number 3. And now we will proceed to the break time. We will have 20 minutes break time until 4:50. So make sure that you will go back here with a better performance afterwards. And so I'm announcing the break time for everyone. Thank you. So we will now continue to the first debate session and proceed to the fourth motion. Before we continue, I would like to give some notes to the candidates. Please put aside all of the personal matters between three of you and be professional during the public debate at all times. So please answer with more arguments that please also do not agree with each other or defend your other candidates. So please answer and perform better in this fourth motion. So we will now continue to the fourth motion. To the team, please help me to spin the wheel. Motion number 6. Motion number 6 is for candidate number 1. I will read the motion first. PUSC's work plan should reflect its core functions, including research, aspiration, mediation, legislation, and supervision. At the same time, student expectations continue to evolve while the organization's time, resources, and authority remain limited. As a prospective candidate of the chairperson of PUSC, it is important to ensure that the organization's priorities remain relevant to student needs, feasible within a 1-year term, and capable of creating meaningful impact. The question is, what criteria would you use to determine which programs should be prioritized in your work plan and why? If unexpected issues arise during your term, how would you decide whether to adjust your priorities or stay committed to your original work plan? Your time remains 2 minutes. So for candidate number 1, you may begin whenever you're ready.
For the first question is which criteria is supporting for the student needs. The first one is it's relevant to my mission, which is make environment where we supporting for all of the career of student itself. Based on research and the data I've discovered, the plan after the student itself, after they graduated from the university itself, they pursuing for the career, for example, finding a job or something like that, or continuing to the academic itself. For example, continuing for the master degree, for example. And the which the criteria is supporting to them. So I will make the work plan that relevant to supporting their next career, for example. And it's regarding to the function of the PS itself. So for the student who want to find something that related to function of the President University Student Council, so I will make a rubric that's relevant with the case or the need of the something that related to their future. So besides they are fulfilling the function of the PSC itself, they are also preparing for their future career. So not only helping the needs of the student itself, but also improving for themselves. So answering for the criteria, as long as we have to make sure the everything is structured and all of the rubric is written, and for for a better solution, we can provide, for example, like a certificate to make sure it's verified and can be proven by the anyone who wants to see it and how to stay committed. So after offering that, the student must be want to join the President University Student.
Time's up. We will continue with candidate number 2 to respond to the candidate number 1. For candidate number 2, you may begin.
Okay, thank you. So for answering this, for my priority is to collect all and ensuring all the student voice are hereby clearly to the campus management and get a clear feedback and the answer. So in here, for the priorities to the two-way communication forum. So in here, our priorities to all students can give their all suggestions and aspirations clearly to the campus management, and we can find the solution together by discussing in the two-way communication forum together with all the representative of student, like all the student head of student organizations and the respective management. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you.
Still have 1 minute. Do you want to add more? You may have a seat. Next, we'll proceed to candidate number 3 to respond to candidate number 1. To candidate number 3, you may start.
Okay. So in order to make the President University Student Council still relevant and give a meaningful impact, we need to use not as a tool but as a partner that Commission 1 and Commission 2 have the function of research and development and also aspiration and mediation to collect the aspiration that need in the President University. So that's why President University should be flexible in order to like close the gap between that limited resource and then the needed that evolve for year by year. We need to become more flexible. More flexible here is the directed flexibility, not only just like give the president university student council by driving with the aspiration and mediation, but we here as the neutral side, we need to carry out not only the student aspiration, but also management aspiration itself. So that's why we here us become a bridge that should be flexible to the student and to the management itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Al. Now, candidate number 1 should give response to the candidate number 2 and 3, and you may begin now.
Okay, responding for the statement from the candidate number 2 and number 3, and for the first statement from the candidate number 2, listing all the relevant problems and stay connected to the management. I think it's not enough if we just only do that, because most of the student is want to give an aspiration to the museum itself, but they most of them only talk about it inside their current zone. Not only not they are rare to giving the aspiration directly to the related to the management itself. And because of that, we have to find another way to make sure they are willing and more brave to express what is their concern and what are they needed or something like that. So we have to propose something that concrete and it's more can be proved. So, for example, like I have mentioned before, we can provide some certificate or something like that. So it's more engage the student to give them more aspiration. And the statement from the candidate number 3 for the bridge between the student and management itself, yeah, as some as I mentioned before, if we only give we ask for the aspiration for student or for the management itself, there is no most of them the student I have heard they feel like the act from the student management itself is not that big. For instance, the students usually feel like there is no action or there is no enforcement after they are giving the aspirations. So because of that situation, some of the student is don't want to give their aspiration. So because of that, we have to make a platform for valid certification to make sure it's delivered. Thank you.
Thank you, candidates.
For motion number 4 is regarding prioritized work program. And from candidates number 1, he said that students' expectation is to have a better career preparation, and it is reflects on his work programs. And he also said that he will have a rubric that will be updated continuously. And then for candidate number 2, he said that ensuring the student voice heard clearly by the management is the priority. And then he wants to ensure that we will have a two-way communication during the forum proposed by candidate number 2. And then for candidate number 3, he mentioned that commission should be partnered to ensure the student needs. All right, before we move on to the next motion, please make us convinced that we will choose one of you. Please make the kind of argument, the kind of answer, or the kind of responses that makes us convinced, because I still didn't feel convinced at all. So please convince us. Okay, next motion. The team, please help us to spin the wheel. Motion number 2. Before we proceed, we have some message from the panelists. So to the panelists, you may have the floor.
This is my second time of emphasizing the core message and also the core value of debate. Okay, and the first one is last year when you guys are competing. You were competing, and I know that you still remember the message that I will emphasize. Please make sure that whenever you're speaking, it is not only like a regular speech. Okay, I will answer this one, I will answer that one. You gotta stand up for yourself. What makes you different? Your statement with others. Do not defend others. Let's say other candidates' opinion and so on. You gotta stand up for your own. What makes you different from the rest? And what we've been listening to so far is you don't understand the question. To be frank with you, you don't understand the question. You just you remember a little bit of the question and you answer that shortly. Not because you understand the entire question, but because what it lasts in your mind. And the second one would be, please tell us measurable impact. You talk about, okay, I will have like board of something, platforms, hearing the students' voice and so on. So what else? What impact that you are going to have, that you are going to give to us? And the third one would be, please give us a real case or example. For example, based on your experience, based on your study case, or anything else that reflects and also that supports your opinion. Okay, put aside all of your besties. For example, all of you are friends during your term at USC, but in this platform, you are against one another. I don't agree with you. I stand up with my own opinion. I think candidate number 1 doesn't listen to my question or doesn't listen to my answer. Or even like, let's say, candidate number 2 is unable to answer my previous statement. I think you don't understand my question. My questions or my answer is kind of aligned with this blah, blah, blah. Please make us feel like it's a fire competition. Not only, okay, I will answer and blah, blah, blah. Okay, we're going to go home. We don't want to be here anymore. Okay, so in the 5th motion explanation, if you are not giving your best, then we're going to stop this debate and we're just go home by ourselves. Okay? Right after this motion, please give the best of yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lodry. To the team, can you please go back to the spin wheel? All right, motion number 2. Motion number 2 will be for candidates number 2. So here, the description and question. USC has been once conducting research, gathering student aspirations and preparing recommendations. However, after presenting the findings and aspirations, no significant changes are implemented by the university. Students begin questioning whether USC actually makes a difference. The question is, How would you ensure that research and delivering the student aspirations conducted by PUSE remains impactful and creates long-term development and continuous improvement within the university, even when implementation is beyond PUSE's direct control? Now it is time for candidate number 2 to answer the motion, so you may begin.
Okay, thank you. So for answering this question, so first we will also uphold the transparency for every improvement that has been made with all management regarding all the suggestion and the feedback and the aspiration from the students. So like making content for all the improvement, so the student can also know the update for regarding their aspirations before they already give to the management. So we will uphold the transparency is more better again. Thank you.
Mr. Kevin, you still have 1 minute and a half. Please add more if you have. You want to stop or you want to add? All right, now we move on to candidate number 3 to give response to candidate number 2. For candidate number 3, you may begin.
So, how would I see that Mr. Kevin C here is not only like do the do to go to the management itself, but what I want to need here is the fourth mission of me is to uphold the trustworthiness and to uphold the transparency. So that's why we need to do the continuously feedback to the management in order to like press them to get what the student really needs, especially when they like violated the right and their law. So I think the best thing that need to do by the president university student council, especially as the representative of the student, as the highest legislative body, we need to continuously to press the management to get the something that really urgent here. So that's why to get more like impactful feedback from the management and to prevent student questioning what's the difference between we didn't tell the president university and we tell the president university student council is biased here because I think the
Not enough if you want to make uh, to our expectation is after we give after we no like this. The reason is we have to make a research objective at first, right? After that, we have to make sure all of the research that we are going to conduct is really urgent and it applicable. So at first, answering the question from the motion itself, how to make it more acceptable and for like that, for example, like that. So at the first, we have at the beginning we have to consult with all the related parties here. So we have to find solution that is very applicable at that time. So the transparency is not enough. If we just asking for the transparency, maybe for the publication or something like that, it's not enough if we just do the transparency itself. And for the pressure, I think it's go back to the related parties that are involved in the research. For example, if we conduct a research about making a facilities for better or adding more room for the students organizations.
There is, for example, this case is important for every student organizations, but the resources is not relevant. So if we're facing some situation like that, it means our research is not impact, not impactful, but it's not ready to applicable. So we have to find something. It's back to the answer at first. We have to make a strategy where we can solve the problem and it's very applicable and it's the urgency one. That's from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harsha. Now we'll proceed to candidate number 2, responding to the response from candidate number 3 and candidate number 1. You may begin.
Okay, thank you for your response. So in here I will also emphasize again. So besides only for the follow up again for the transparency, in here you follow up again also while like when we doing the mediation for the aspiration report later. So we'll follow up again and again to find more based again the answer and clear feedback from the respective management before we publish it into the students. So the students also can know what the answer from the management. So that's me. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Candidate number 2, you may have a seat. Now, I want to give the conclusion for motion number 5, which is how to ensure that PUSE remains impactful. So from Mr. Kevin, he said that it is important to have publication for transparency, and furthermore, it is also important for us to follow up to find the best answer and clear feedback from the management. Furthermore, for candidate number 3, Mr. Ali, he agreed that mission number 4, which is uphold the trustworthiness, meaning to say the trustworthiness of the press universe. And then he also said that we need to continuously urge the management to solve the issues that occur within the university. And then for Mr. Rasha, he said that the transparency is not enough to meet the expectation of the student because we need to have a concrete solution and then consult with related party to find the solution. Next, we will move on to the last motion, sixth motion, which is the motion number 1. Please listen carefully. This is for candidate number 3. The description is: several students have raised concerns regarding campus safety, university support services, and a recent university policy that has received significant criticism from the student. As the satisfaction grows, students are demanding that PUSE take immediate action and publicly oppose the policy. However, PUSE does not have the authority to directly overturn university decisions and can only advocate for students through research, discussions, recommendations, and personal engagement with university management. The question is, how would you respond to students who believe that PUSE is not doing enough to address their concerns? What concrete steps would you take to ensure that student concerns are properly heard, represented, and communicated to campus management, despite US's limited authority to directly change university decisions? You may start, you have 2 minutes.
President University, student council is doesn't have any authority to change the president university decision. So in order to maintain that president university student council still relevant is to by upholding the voice from the student itself. So for the case here is like maybe it's because the sexual harassment. So what the president university need to do is we have the commission fee of the legislator. We make the legal product, and we need to make the mechanism that should solve that problem. It's not like we need to we need to change the regulation for President University. But what we need to do here is to make a mechanism so that problem can heard from by the President University itself. So because this is regarding the image of President University itself, it's not impossible that they can change the decision that they already made. So what we need to do as the President University Student Council is to always uphold this problem, so that President University is not the one who changed the decision, but because we stand with the victim, then this problem can be heard by the President University and the decision can be more fit to the student right. Thank you.
Thank you, candidate number 3. Now we will have response from candidate number 1. You may begin.
Answering from that, the first, it's not enough if you just make a legal product in one-sided way. So as you mentioned before, we make a legal product based on the commission that we have, which is the commission 3. In my opinion, it's not enough if we just that. It's related to my suggestion in my work, right, to make a forum with the related student management. So if we gather all the student organizations, so the closest aspiration, if you want to propose any aspirations to the student management, is via us who act between the student and the student management itself. So if we have a forum and we invite the all related student management itself, we can discuss everything inside the forum. So we can hear what is the needed of the student itself and how to ensure all the voices is heard. Yeah, as I mentioned before, we created a forum so we can all communicate it from that forum, and how to maintain the trust for the student. So because we have already gathered all the aspiration from the student and we discuss it directly to the respective student management, they can get the direct answer. So our function as the bridge between the student and the student management itself is applicable. The student can see the work progress of ourselves. We become a bridge and we deliver. And if they want to give any aspiration to the student management itself, they can. We are supporting them to give the aspiration itself. So if they have any concern about, for example, the campus safety or the facilities or anything, we provide the related student management itself. So we can propose for example, we can add the solutions or something like that. So both of the parties, all the parties can do communication and we can get the solution. Thank you.
Thank you, candidate number 1. Now we will move on to the candidate number 2 to give response to candidate number 3. You may start.
Okay, so from me, it's based also from my vision and work plan, that is the aspiration digital that is in here. All you students can share their concern maybe regarding any issue. So we as a representative can know what the issues that students share, and we will find the resolution while doing the presentation and presentation to the respective management and president university. We have the aspiration digital, so we can know as the representative what the student needs and with the contextual, so the contextual and relevant legal for the whole student based on the student concern, and also give updates also for the transporting the students to us as a representative of students. So we will update any progress, everything like uploaded onto all of our social media and the website of PSL, so the student can know what is the progress, what is the current progress based on their concept that already they share through aspiration digital. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, candidate number 2. Now we proceed to the last response from candidate number 3. You may start.
Okay, I will answer regarding the candidate number 1 statement. So as far as I heard before, so candidate number 1 still doesn't get the mechanism of itself. So what they made is what we already conduct here. as the member of President University Student Council 2026, we already make a lot of aspiration forum, and yet nothing we can do when it's going about the management feedback. So what we made here is the legal basis. If we have a legal basis for doing this, that regulation can be upheld, and then we have a real product to prevent this in the future. So, what mechanism that I propose is in the board of director forum 2. In board of director forum 2, we gather all the aspiration to regulate, to make regulation regarding the student needs. When we have the legal basis for doing this, it means that we have a permission to conduct the prevention or the treatment for the problem itself. That's why I uphold it is the legal basis for doing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Now I'm going to give the conclusion for how USC can still make a difference even though we have limited decision making in within the university. So first from Mr. Ali, he said that it is important to upholding the voice from the student. And then the highlighted problem of today's is about the sexual harassment. Then the Commission 3 should make a mechanism to ensure the problem can be heard by the management. And he also mentioned that today in PSC 2026, we already have a lot of forum, but then we still cannot deliver this issue to the management properly. And then he said that the legal basis is an important instrument for the prevention and also treatment for the sexual harassment issues. Next from Mr. Rasha, he said that legal product is not enough, so we need to make a forum with management and student organizations to discuss the student needs. The forum is also made to maintain the trustworthiness and apply the view as a function as a bridge between students. And then the last one is from Mr. Kevin. He proposed a digital aspiration for the students to report or to give aspiration regarding this matter. And he also said that after that, we will present it to the management to have the best solution. And the aim or the outcome of the presentation is to create a contextual and relevant legal product. So this is the end of the first session of the public debate. And now we will start and we will move on to the second one. So, but first of all, thank you for the candidates for this discussion regarding in the motion session. Now, next slide, please. In this session, the People's Forum, the candidate will answer two questions submitted by the students through Google Form, and also two questions that will raised by the attendees. Each candidate will be given 2 minutes to answer according to the speaking order determined for each question. Let us begin with the first question from Google Forms. The first question
ineffective, it means there is some aspect that needs to be improved. That's why in my program also there is the general summit. We can discuss everything and find the most important thing that cause that even content as ineffective. After that, we are going to do some evaluation and find the best thing to make sure that won't happen at the next period. So if you want to apply more, maybe if you want to have an event that they decided maybe because there's something wrong inside it, after that it called as an ineffective event. We have to do some evaluation based on the latest KPI, and we have to make some steps to make sure this thing will not be happen, and we can apply more impactful event in the future. That's from me. Thank you.
Thank you, candidate number one. Now we will proceed to the question from the attendees. To the team, I want to ask for your help to choose one of the attendees to ask a question. To the attendees that have a question, you may raise your hand.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to introduce myself first. My name is Salwa Prayudisti, and I'm the member of Commission 4 of President University Student Council of 2026. So my question is, sorry, before I ask, may I ask, can I have a follow-up question? Sure. Okay, thank you. So as we know, PUSC acts as the bridge between students and university management. Imagine there is a major issue where students and the university have very different opinions, and neither side wants to compromise. This situation creates a trust gap and even resentment between both sides. As a chairperson, what steps would you take to reduce the conflict, rebuild trust, and make sure students' voices are still represented? And at what point would you stop acting as a mediator and choose to support one side, and why? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Salwa. Now we will start with candidate number 3 to answer the question.
Thank you so much for Ms. Salwa regarding the question. So here, President University Student Council shall maintain their neutrality that cannot be on the student side or on the campus side. But as the President University Student Council itself, USP should maintain their credibility. So the student and the management still see the President University Student Council still see as the credible body. So the first thing first that I want to like build in the President University is the credibility itself, because the credibility can affect a lot of things. So when something happens between student and the President University, we need to determine the case itself, whether this is something that the student was right about it or the management was right about it. Because as the student council, we need to maintain the transparent. What the student say about the management, we need to deliberate transparently. And what the management say about the student, we need to also give it the statement clearly. So when something, but at some point when we ask the President University Student Council see that the problem was really something that violated the right of the management or the student itself. We need to stand with the victim. So that's why it's not like choosing the management or the student side, but choosing something right.
Time's up. Thank you, candidate number 3. Now we will move on to candidate number 1 to answer the question. You may start.
Addressing this kind of situations, we have to see the both perspective of the situation. So we can see the needs of the student itself and what is the student management needs. And after that, the easiest thing in the communication at the situation we want to find a solution that we couldn't say it's fulfilling any needs for each parties, but we have to make sure all of the voice is here. So the easiest way to make it clear, we have to make some forum where we can communicate that situation. So the student can give their opinion about it. So we provide some data that related to it. For example, so it's also determined in what case. So as we as student and our position here as a student council, which is a bridge between the student and the student management itself, we have to be neutral. But on the other side, the student who act have the different opinion with the student management must have their own reason. They have to bring data and the impact. Why they don't agree with the statement from the president university itself. Based on that, we can discuss what the actual need of the student, and we can propose something that maybe the student doesn't agree with the don't agree with the student management itself. After that, we can hear from the student management itself because we are neutral here. If there is any forum, we can which one we have to see. So the highlight thing here, we must provide the relevant data if you want to make some impact. So if you don't come with data, it's just endless opinion. That's all from me. Thank you.
Next, we'll proceed to candidate number 2 to answer the question. You may start.
Okay, so based on the question, so in here, I will be still the natural, not pro to the management or not pro to the student also. So in here, I will create a two-way communication forum also based on my vision, mission, and work plans, like also management forum. So in here, the student and management can have a discussion based on the problem or concern that student gives. So in here, they will have the discussion and will find the best solution to answer their problem or concern that they have shared before to the management. Thank you.
Thank you, candidate number 2. Now we will proceed to the next question from the attendees. For the team, please help me to give the mic.
First of all, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Rentana Asmarani and I'm from International Relations Batch 2025. The question is, if students feel that your administration or system has failed to deliver on its promises after 6 months, what make accountability mechanism movement would you put into place to evaluate and correct your performers as a chairperson? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Now we will start with candidate number 1 to answer the question. To candidate number 1, you may answer now.
If we find some situation like that, if we have already make a system that settled, but at the end there's no press or it's failed to deliver to the student. The way to evaluate it, we have to go again first. What is the plan or the objective why we make this system? And first we have to make sure all of the aspect has been highlighted at the time. And then we must provide the connected solutions and we have to make the relevant list and provide the relevant data. So for example, I have my own system, like for example, it's receiving an expression from the student. And the objective is it's more we want to make the student is more easier if we want to deliver any expressions. And if it's not effective, I must see what is the main problem. For example, it's not heard by the student management or it's hard to reach it. So we have to identify what is the main problem that causes the system become a failed system. That's the first. After listing those problems, we have to listing all the possible solutions that we have to implement. After that, we just implement the list of solution that we have already made. And then after that, we are going to improve to make sure the system is relevant and we can achieve the objective that we have decided first when we are going to make the system. That's from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will proceed to candidate number 2 to answer the questions. You may start.
Okay, so if the system is like not giving an impact to the students, so we as the GS will do internal evaluation first regarding the system and feedback from the student and to find the main problem, what is the problem in our system, why that is not giving any impact. So after we will find the main problem, we evaluation with our team, and after that we can try to improve it again to the next 6 month of our period and give the best impact for the system also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Calvin. Now proceed to candidate number 3. You may start.
Okay, so what happened when the system is failed? Of course, the first thing that we need to do is to conduct an internal thing, and then we need to break down the system. Whether the problem is for the internal party or for the external party. Because if we stay still into the system, so the problem will cause more and more bigger than the first problem. So we don't. I don't afraid that we need to reset all the system because it's better to reset all and start from zero than stand with the wrong system. So what we need to do here, if the system fail deliver the aspiration from the student, is we really need the best for this ineffective system. So maybe the basis of this ineffective system is there's a lack of the research regarding the system. So we will conduct it research. If the problem here is we lack of the basis from the system, we need to make the basis, the legal basis for this system. So that's why if some an effective system happen in President University Student Council that failed to deliver the student aspiration, we need to break it down one by one. So don't afraid to start something from zero, but afraid to stand with the wrong system. Thank you.
Thank you, candidate number 3. Since we still have 20 minutes before break time, I will give additional question from the Google form because thank you for all of the students. We received a lot of questions from all of you. So the next question, please listen carefully. What concrete actions would you take during your term to ensure that students see your organization not only as an event organizer or administrative body, but also as a trusted, responsive, and courageous representative of the student community? The first one to answer is candidate number 1. Candidate number 2. To candidate number 2, you may answer the question.
So the concrete action that I will take this is for the again for the transparency, for the update, for our program or progress, so the student can know what is the progress of our organization. That so there's we will update it on all the like on social media or PS website, so the student can also know what is the progress of our organization for again the transparency also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gavin. Now we proceed to candidate number 3, Mr. Ali. You may answer the question.
Okay, so for the concrete action that the President University Student Council should take is the first thing first we need to become like the credibility body so that the student can feel safe to represent their aspiration to the President University Student Council. By doing that, we have a big image as the bridge between student and to the student management, to the management of President University. Sorry. So, what I need, what I gonna do as the chairperson of President University Student Council, I will often go to the I will often go to the environment of President University, asking like, do you have any problem here? How would you feel like after like 1 year being the president university? Because that's what I do in my campaign. In my campaign, I go to the student one by one, asking what the problem is in the president university, because uh, because that's what I will do when I get elected as the chairperson of President University Student Council. So, as the chairperson, what the concrete action that I need to do? The first thing is I need to be visible to all the students in the President University Student Council and also the management itself. So when I being visible, they feel like the chairperson is involved in their daily activity. So that's why. Uh, so the follow-up thing that I need to is to uphold the transparency. Thank you.
Next, we'll proceed to candidate number 1 to answer the question. You may start.
I think this problem is because most of the students doesn't discover the existence of the President University Student Council itself. So we have already done the publication itself, and we often to upload it via the website or via the Instagram or something that related to that. But the point is here, they still seeing us as the event organizer organization or the administrative staff. For answering that, to make sure it's supporting also for the student, it's related to my goals if I become a chairperson in this organization, to make sure it's supporting to their future. And I'm going to offer to them what is what is they need. If you want to continue any, for example, find the work, we can provide some case that related to some kind of work that you want to. And if you want to find more related to the academic side, we have the research division at here. And if you want to find the contradiction during the student, they have seen it's only for the event or something like that. I think it's about the engagement itself. So if you are not, it's only one-sided. We can say for the post on the publication is only one-sided. Only they can see the progress. But some of the student is not feeling I don't have any benefit from their activity, but some of them maybe doesn't follow the activity itself. So the thing that we should do here, we have to highlight something that they really need, and they want to participate more about our event that not related only with the event organizer or something that administrative, but also supporting to their needed. So if you highlight that, and we can engage more for student, and they can trust more.
Thank you, candidates. All right. Once again, thank you so much for all of you, the candidates, and thank you for the attendees who also asking questions to the candidates. We will now enter break session for 60 minutes before proceeding to the third debate session, which is the panelist forum. Candidates are reminded to continue observing all provisions of the rules of the public debate. We also kindly ask all attendees to return to their seats before the next session, which is on 10:07. Thank you and enjoy your break.
First.
and gentlemen, welcome back to the PS Public Debate of PUGE 2027. We will now proceed to the third debate session, that is the panelist forum. In this session, each panelist will be given the opportunity to share their perspective, comments, and questions regarding the candidates and the future of the President University Student Council. We kindly ask all participants to maintain professionalism and respect throughout the discussion. Without further ado, let us begin with the first panelist. I would now like to invite our first panelist, Mr. Lloydson.
Thank you, Lucas. Good evening, candidates, and thank you very much for taking the time because you guys have been working really hard for the past few months. Okay, let's deep dive into each one of you. So the very first is candidate number 1. What you gonna call you? Akshay. Akshay. Okay. Let's talk about your previous argument. I know that you have, I would say, like an excellent communications. But what is liking from you is that, I mean, it could have been better if you're talking in a very detailed way and also bringing your own perspective into the real cases or real implementation that you have had before, or even like talking about like certain cases. Let's first is you always emphasize about based on your major. You're majoring in informatics, right? And you always bring it to the table that you're going to uphold and also implement all the let's say student aspirations based on your development, to be specific in technology. So could you please like summarize and also conclude what it feels like to you from being different from the rest of the candidates bringing these aspects? And also, I mean, this aspect into your work plan. I mean, is it really like based on all of the technology that you're going to implement, or is it based on certain cases? You got me right? Okay. You may answer the question.
Answering your concern or your statement, the reason why I take the most is related to my background because it's related to the mission that I own. I'm bringing the digital transparency, and why I bring digital because all of the aspects in our lives is now landed on the digital system itself. So we include the technology itself in our daily life. Yeah, everything that we do, we use the technology itself. Example, a phone or something like that. And the easiest part, if you want to, we can say intro something into someone life. We can the easiest way to buy something that really close to them, which is the technology itself. If we provide a system or something that is that method, and it's also related to my specialization, which is the in the IT in the system development. So I can offer the case that exists in the President University, and it's supporting between the student itself, also the management. So by doing that, it's not also supporting for myself, which is it's increasing my personal skill development, especially in that skill. By doing that, I also giving the impact itself, not only for myself, but for everyone who involved in this case. And I will implement the impact by using the technology. That is my thing.
Thank you very much. And you also actually you mentioned about let's talk about motion descriptions in number 6. And I think this is still stated in mind. You mentioned that you're going to focus on focus on career of the students as your main priorities, right? But in the motion, it's actually mentioned that what criteria would you use to determine which program should be prioritized in your work plan and why? If unexpected issues arise during your term, how would you decide whether to adjust your priority or stay committed to your original work plan? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so why would you choose like career long term to the students while you also have the responsibility to your own work plan? You know all the work plan, and also let's say the usual work plan of university, right? And all of each of department of study program have their own has their own career developments. I mean, why do you bother, or why do you even need to focus on student career while at PYC we serve and or let's say we have our own also work plan. There is not only focus on career, we focus on gathering research, whether it's student aspiration, legislation, supervisions, and so on.
Because I'm choosing why it's related to the career itself. Because like I've mentioned before, the most good thing I have discovered from the journal after the students for most of them after they are graduates, they are choosing between pursuing their career or continue their education. And I would like to support what are they going to do after the university itself by joining the organization. Why does the students join their organizations? Because they want to improve themselves, right? And to supporting that, I will give some plan to support what they actually need from this kind of organization. Or the main thing that they want from organization is improving their skills. Yeah, it go back to them maybe rather than the hard skill of the soft skill. And I just want to make sure that everything they do is not only impacting to the general impact to the student, but also supporting for themselves who has done and giving their time to reward. And it can be verified and not only just verifiably for general student.
Okay, thank you. Would you please mention one example of that?
For example, the current thing that I would like to implement, if you want to, it's related if you want to pursue academic or the career, is related to research, which is aligned with my division currently right now. It's also I have this kind of thing because I have already interact with random many kind of type person. For just instance, the name is my own division, my own commission advisor, which is Prof. Jagis. He has already we can say a perfect career in the academic way. Also, it's related with his academic way, and he's offering like this. If you want to pursue, like for example, related to research, it's also if you want to pursue the academic, you can do some publication. And if the research is very useful or something like that, you can find something. Research is not only about find something and discover something new, but also you can solve any problem that you don't know what is the solution is. So we have any methods, we have the objective itself. We can define everything that's supporting every student to achieve their goals. We in my work plan, why I choose one of that steps, yeah, because the result after we implement that kind of method, yeah, it's supporting for their future or next plan. Because of that, what that is one of the example for the implementation.
Okay, I think I need to make everything right. You cannot control the path and also the career of every single student. You gotta make sure that you understand what PUS stands for. Because every major, every department has their own, let's say, their career programs like Expo and so on. You don't need to work on this. You gotta prepare the ongoing process of students rather than thinking about whether they're going to pursue their master's degree, whether they're going to international company. It is not your control. So please, next time, make sure you don't need to think about out of the line. You just need to think about what the student feels. What do the students feel in this environment at Brazil University? Do they feel embraced? Do they feel like encouraged? Do they? I mean, are their voices heard and so on? So yeah, I think you really need to keep it in your mind, and also because you put a lot of work plan here, you gotta make sure that it is very measurably impactful, and yeah, and also you cannot always make it general. You gotta make it very specific and mention each of the example that is aligned with your statement. And also the motion from People's Forum that I think I need to highlight from your perspective is about you don't actually know between mission and vision as well with the events. Let's say the People's Forum question is coming from the question. Hold on for a minute. What concrete action would you take during your term to ensure that students see your organization not only serve as an event organizer or administrative body, but also as trusted, responsive, and courageous representative of the student community? That's the one. And the second one would be the second question. As the body responsible for supervising the PRSP, what decisive action will you take if the student or its program are found to be ineffective, delayed, or deviating from their initial vision and mission? Okay, my question would be, do you know what is the difference between vision and mission and work programs? And your answer previously more focused on the events, talking about the KPI of the events, and also talking about the discussion between the general summit and so on, right? So have you handled, have you handled previously with the student or in this case, this problem?
As my kind of thing, my current job in PSC is regarding to research stuff. But I have, we can say, I've observed what happened inside the event that held by the PSC itself.
I just told you, like, do you know the difference between vision, mission, and work plans? We're not talking about events. For example, they're talking about vision, mission to embrace students, to hear voices, and so on. So how do you keep aligning with your vision, mission?
So, in my opinion, vision is like something that we can say as a point and or an anchor, so you can keep on track based on the vision. And vision is like the detailed thing that you want to achieve based on the vision that you have. And the work plan is, we can say, an event or the realization after that contain the mission and vision that we have set before. So every single event that the work plan that we can say the event itself. So it's aligning with the vision and mission that we have. So to achieving this vision and vision, we have to deliver it to the each work plan that we have. That's my
Okay. Even for example, you were elected later on as the chairperson, let's say, please keep in mind that the vision and missions and also work programs on PUSB sometimes in the middle of their working period is very fluctuating. So you really need to pay attention to that. And also about the general summit, if you find guys later during your period of time, please make sure that general summit is only conducted 2 times, right? So whenever you found the problems within PUSB or PUFA, never expect that you are going to have or to conduct the general summit 3 or 4 and so on. Please make sure that you have another strategic planning. For example, an urgent meeting or a strategic meeting to handle these. Never involve only 2 organization like PRSB and PRC, but also, for example, invite management like student affairs and so on. Because as a student, all of you will be very stubborn. Okay, you are going to keep on your opinion and you just really want to defend yourself. Please involve all the management and so on. Thank you so much, candidate number 1. Please give him a big round of applause. Candidate number 2, I think you are amazing as well, but what I like the most is about your analytical thinking, but what I like less is your communication. Like, can you just speak louder than you think? Like, could you introduce yourself in the loudest way as possible?
Yes, my name is Kevin Tata from Informatics with 2025, and I'm serving as a member of the Commission to write with PH 2020.
Are you nervous right now? Like, what is really happening with your presence?
Yes, a little bit nervous.
Do you think I'm devil? No, right? So please be confident and so on. So, okay. Okay, so could you please like highlight? I think I really like your opinions regarding foreign students. But can you mention like one of your programs related to? Do you mention also international forums?
Yes.
Yes. How do you really connect with international students and international community to really know their values? Because sometimes I've worked with international students before, and their personality. I'm not meaning. I don't mean to generalize everything, but sometimes when they're conveying their feedback, it's just like different with domestic students. They're more into direct and also a little bit push us down. How do you handle the communication across over the country, and how do you keep maintaining your relationship with the international students? You got me right. It feels like you're still confused. Whatever, what happens to you? Do you get my questions?
We can do it.
Okay. How do you actually manage your communication and relationship with international students coming from different backgrounds and countries? Because the way communication approach that we have is different, right? For example, like Southeast Asian students different from African students or European students. And how do you keep balance between your approach and the way you hear their feedback and so on?
Yeah, right. So I will contact the communities, maybe like for the from the Myanmar communities, international students, also by the vice chairperson too later on. So we will make relations too with the leader from each communities to invite them to join our international forum to share their concern, their aspiration, and their suggestions to the campus management.
How? Can you mention like what specific action did you take? What is the measurable impact? How many percent successful story that you're getting? For example, I give you an example. You're going to reach Myanmar community, let's say once a month. And what you're going to communicate with them is about their student experience, what they're having so far in terms of like so, like lack of communications or for example, limited access to international office and so on.
So I will communicate to the Myanmar, so like I will transmit it to share later on the aspirations or if they have any complaints that they want to say to the specific or respective management at President University, so we can also help them to presenting to the management and find the solution.
Okay. Candidate number two, if you're elected later on as the chairperson in any kind of way, please always make it measurable and also very specific. For example, I'm going to talk with Myanmar communities. Where are you going to talk? In what way? In what period of time? And also, please always include your work plans. Because sometimes when you're communicating, you always mention, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, and you cannot sometimes raise the bottom line of your work programs. Like it stands for one opinion and it's not related with what you have made before. Do you understand? Okay. Thank you. Later on, I will get back to you. Okay, candidate number three. This is, I think I really love your confidence, everything about what you said, but somehow your feedback and also your opinion is kind of very unstructured. And I really like about your opinions regarding, for example, you are going to make it very personal strategic approach to the student when it comes to so PRC is not recognized as an event organizer, but it's more like about a student organization which is trusted responsive parties. And you mentioned that you're going to personally approach students asking about what they're feeling and so on. But that is only the good case. But what I would like to confirm to you, why are you always talking about vice chairperson too? What is happening to vice chairperson too? So that you always emphasize that you are going to use vice chairperson to a PRC to engage with international students. Give me your feedback.
Okay, thank you so much. So, in my opinion, and I believe that the vice chairperson too is one of our bridge to the international community. So, it was like the strategic position for the President University Student Council as the representative to so also the President University Student Council can represent the international student. So what can we do that is the first thing first that the first person that we approach is the vice chairperson too. So that's why vice chairperson too is the vital role to us to President University can become a bridge not only for like the local student but also international student.
You don't need to reach vice chairperson too because it's already part of you. Okay, why do you need to reach your vice chairperson? For example, if you're elected, why do you need? Because she or he will always be by your side, right? Do you know the international student associations? If I'm not mistaken, we have it, right? Why didn't you mention that earlier?
And also, vice chairperson so also can be like the source of information for that community. So what we do here is the vice chairperson to is elected by not only like one community, but they can serve as like the representative of the multiple community. So that's why I involve here a lot is like to maintain better communication with that. It's aligned with my fifth mission to better maintain the communication between among all stakeholders.
Okay, that's great that you don't answer the question. That would be the worst case. I mean, do you know the existence of International Student Association at Presiden University? If I'm not mistaken, it's like PUISA. Do you know the existence of it? But why do you always keep mentioning about the vice president? What is really happening with that? We're talking about PUISA. Can you mention specifically your knowledge about that?
So as far as I know, yep, they differ, but even here what I want to emphasize is just to use better like communication between that. Yes, we can like approach the international community, but we still like the knowledge about their culture and anything like that that would be like some would be like some weakness because we didn't know their cultural thing. So that's why it's just like to make the flow of the communication is better. Is it not answer the question again?
If you think so, then I think so. That's okay. You can have yours. Yeah, I'm just gonna give a feedback, guys. So please keep in mind if you guys were elected later on, please keep in mind that you don't need to rely on vice president too because it's already part of you and you can it's I mean the positions are always gonna be the same. You can reach any international community, let's say Myanmar community or Visa and so on. So never expect that your vice president will be the one who approaches that, right? You have the highest positions. So make it very visible for you to be able to do that. And the last topic that I really want to emphasize is about, if I'm not mistaken, there was a debate motions about how do you prioritize the, a minute. Throughout the year, PRC received numerous student concerns ranging from academic policies, campus facilities, student welfare, organizational matters, and university services. However, PRC has limited time and resources to address every issue with the same level of attention. Okay, that's the motion. And the question was, how would you determine which issue should become PRC priorities and how would you ensure that less prioritized concerns are still fairly represented? If I'm not mistaken, each one of you made like which one is prioritized, which one is urgent and so on. But you didn't answer less prioritized concern. And since we have like 6 minutes more, I want to hear from candidates number one. How do you, for example, from the motions, for example, let's say campus facilities, academic policies, student welfare, organization matters, please arrange based on your urgency, based on your opinion previously, from 1 to 5 or even 1 to 3, and why did you choose that? And please mention specific example. Do you guys understand my question? Candidate number one.
So based on my study before, I can see the two types of solve the problem, like the short term and the long term. And why did I choose that? Because for the long term, the determination is the resource that used to solve that situation. For example, we have here campus facilities. These are, we can say for this kind of topic. If the campus facilities, it needs the resources, for example, like the funding itself or the human resource that doing or fixing the facilities. For the facilities, example, student organization needed a room for themselves. So for the student management itself, do they still have class or an existing open room to the student organizations? We don't know about the answer, right? But for the, as we can see, the class is limited only for the learning process only. There is no specific place for the student organizations. And as we can see from the situation, how many sources that we need to solve that situation. So if the sources is that big and the implementation is maybe we can say very hard at the current situation or our current period. So we can say it's a long-term implementation. And for the short one, for example, we get aspiration that related to sense of
Sorry, Mr. Asia, the question is the issues that you prioritize and less prioritize. So please make it in ranks. That is the question from the panelists. Please answer.
Okay, so yeah, like I mentioned before, so for the less is yeah best if the resource they needed to solve that situation and that problem is high. So it means we can let's prioritize it. And we can see for the we can say like this. We can see the impact after we solve that problem. Is it really worth? We can say really worth it with the source that or we use. Is it compared well? If we use this source, and is it beneficially that impactful? So we can see the scale from. You get my point.
That's me back. I got it. Okay, thank you. I think I got your point. But I wish we could have just answered to a range of the lists that I mentioned to maximize the time. Then later we can talk. Candidate number 2.
Issues right.
Yes. Did you listen to my question previously? Continue to candidate number 3. Just give the mic to the viewer.
So, okay, I will answer regarding the measurable for the urgency of student needs. In my opinion, it needs to determine by quality and quantity. So the quality one is the urgency. What is really urgent here? For example, the quality of the problem that really need to solve as soon as possible is regarding the sexual harassment. In other way, the quantity, in the quantity side, there's still a lot of complaint regarding the President University student housing or PUSH regarding the facility of the dormitory. So what I really determine here is regarding the urgency both of the quality and quantity side.
Thank you. I'm just gonna recap since we only have 2 minutes. I'm not asking a perfect answer, but what I'd like to you is, do you guys really, for the past few months, do you really relate to Commission 2, right? Because from their experience, you will know how to arrange based on these experience, right? Have you read before Commission 2 report? I believe they posted it on social media, right? Do you notice the urgent things that they have been handling so far? Do you notice? It's like no and yes. No, that's right. So I don't expect like what is your strategy and so on. I'm just really curious about whether you guys pay attention to what Commission did for the past a few years, a few months, and so on. Because based on their research, you must know, and you obviously know which one is priority of the student council. And to recap all of this, please, if you guys, each one of you will be elected as the chairperson, the level of seriousness of the student concern is always going to be a long time journey. For example, have you guys experienced noticed about the sexual violation in the group chat in the Varsity University? Did you notice that? Me as an alumni was very embarrassed with that because I thought I was going to be at Universitas Indonesia. Sorry to mention that only. But in our university, we also have that. I mean, I'm not generalizing, but it's something that you can also mention one of the specific topic, right? So once the issue arises, you really need to discuss with management what is the best solution for that, right? And for example, the lift is broken. So what is your solutions? Okay, and overall, what I would like to mention is always keep in mind with the commission too, what they have been doing and so far, so you are knowing what is the best priorities that you can have. Also, align with your vision missions, and I wish you guys the best of luck.
Mr. Lourdes Naga, for your valuable insights and also discussion. Before we proceed, I want to give you some notes. So please listen to the question, and your answer is mostly everywhere. So you're not like having the highlighted points or like make it to the point for the answer. Because sometimes the question is easy, but you make it very difficult. Okay, so please just answer it in a better way. Thank you. Next, we will proceed to the second panelist, Mr. Alif Wahab Ibrahim. You may see.
Thank you much, Richard. So, how you guys feel right now? Tired, sleepy? Sleepy, yeah. Us also sleepy because you're not debate. Okay. So, the first thing that I would like to ask the three of you, whoever will answer it, do you guys know what is PVC values?
Yes, I
Just answer what is PVC values. You may raise your hand first.
So the basic valuable itself we can like shorten by the RT. It's like the first thing is awareness regarding the awareness as the highest legislative body regarding the student needs and then the campus issue and campus concern also. Is not only limited by the campus management, but only for the dormitory management. So, and the second one is resourcefulness. Resourcefulness, we as the president university student council, we need to have uh, to have a high credibility to run this organization by have a much resource regarding the problem that occur in the president universities as the as the problem solver body. And then trustworthiness, we need to uphold trustworthiness as the representative of student and also initiative to take before that before the before the problem rises, and then the last one is commitment. We need to commit as the representative of student and as to bridge between student and president university management. Thank you.
Thank you for the answer. Once again, this answer it briefly. What I asked, this answer it. You don't need to elaborate. It's asking what is the values. Okay. So for the rest, you know it, right? The basic values. Okay. So the next question is, three of you, you may raise your hand first and answer it. Is it the basic understanding regarding the POSC because you are the candidate of the POSC chairperson, right? You need to know it. What is the function of POSC? You may raise your hand. Candidate number one.
The main function of President University Student Council is to bridge between the student and the management of President University. So if the student have any aspiration regarding whatever it is, so we as a bridge can directly get to the related part of President University about that situation. That's the simple.
Okay, that's all.
Yeah.
That's what the other candidates want to answer. That is number three.
So the function of President University, we have a six function. The first one is research. Second one is research. Second one is development. The third was the inspiration. Fourth, mediation. Fifth was legislation, and the sixth was the supervisor.
And then number two, you want to add something?
She had five main functions, that is research, aspiration, mediation, legislation, and supervision.
Okay, okay. Thank you for the answer. So the next, I think not only me, the others also noticed that three of you has the work plan as legislation or legislative training, right? Yeah, as we know that PUSC is legislative organizations, but we have five until six functions. So I just want to know from each of you, why you guys only focusing on legislative training? Why is not research training or how we mediation training or supervision training? So starting from candidate number two, you may answer the questions.
So we take in the legislation training. Here I also will give the training for all the BSc member to train all the division in BSc, so they will know how to be a mediator, how to be a researcher, legislation, and supervisor.
So it's not legislative training.
Yeah, but it's will conduct all function of BSc, so the all member can know how to work in other division in BSc.
Okay, so it's not legislative training. Okay, next will come candidate number one.
Why it's named the legislative year? Because as the definition of it is, it's like the common text that we do. So the legislative is like it's similar to the bridging between student and management, right? And the function itself, as we have explained before. So we the legislative just the name, but we actually learning about the function of US itself. So we have a role as the researcher, as the legislator, and for this university and every single function is we learn about it in that work plan. So it's not only the legislative side, but also all of the function of PSC.
Okay, so the all of the US members will contribute to the legislative training.
Yes.
Okay, so will you add the others function training, celebration training, or mediation training on it? Because I think in one, it is my opinion, my main point of view, right? In one events or in one work plans, you cannot do a lot of things because you need to focus in one topics, right? So will you only consider the other training because you need to, as a chairperson later on, if you're elected or three of you elected, you need to give the best decision for your members. The best is not fair, but it's best. Okay, next to the candidate.
So, in my opinion, the legislative training itself is come from the word legislative, but in the implementation itself, before members come to the legislative training, before members run the organization, they need to train regarding other commission beside their commission, so they can maintain a better understanding regarding other commission role. So in my legislative training, we divide it into 2 days. The first day will become from the research and development commission one, and then the second one is from the aspiration and mediation commission two, and then the third one is from the legislator as a commission three. And then for the second day, it will be come from the supervisor. So what they doing in the supervisor and how to maintain communication between PUSC and PUSB. So and then I add one more thing here is the event managing training. So because in President University there's still a lot of event that running, and then as one of the member of President University Student Council, you will get involved in a lot of event, either that was carried out by BSC, BSB, or others event. So that's why we want to give them insight regarding how to run an event, as maybe as the logistic, as the F&B, as like PR internal and so on. Thank you.
So the next, also for three of you, I just see that the work plan, most of that is a rumor. So I want to know from each of you your point of view regarding this form. Is it effective for celebration or something? So which one would like to volunteer to answer it first? You may raise your hand.
Why we put many forums in our running is, yeah, as we mentioned before, we have to take the trust from the student itself. So the easiest way, if we want to see the work of President University Student Council, we provide a platform where when every student, specifically student organizations can have a discussion with the management itself, because we are act as a bridge between the student and management itself. So we have to connect them. So how can we connect both of these parties? Yeah, the most efficient way right now, as I discovered, so we have to make these two parties in one floor, and they can discuss everything that they need, and for both sides can do some agreement or something like that. So inside the forum, you can share your ideas or something like that. So because of that, most of the work plan is related to the forum.
Okay, so how you are make sure that you know the forum it will conduct in a day, right? Day or 2 days or maybe 3 days. How you make sure that it will forum is from the student organization, right? How you will make sure that the student organization can represent their student needs, their major or their fellow students in their major needs.
Besides, we have the aspiration from the student organization. We have also the program like the pay attention or something like that. So we gather many information from aspiration from the student itself. We can also open this discussion. The aspiration is not only from the student organization itself, but we can also offer the aspiration that we got from the student directly at that forum. So it's for example, in my work plan, like the going from the Hosa forum or the BSA or Kufa forum. So at the forum we had the management side that have the perspective needs that we are going to see. So after that we can consult everything, the aspiration that related to the exhibition, so they can give any answer or feedback or something like that. So we can get the solution to the problem.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Next, for the cadets number 2, you may answer.
There's also a several forum in my work plan, like international forum and also management forum. Yeah. This is the very two-way communication platform also. So you know, here the student that is invited can start a discussion with the respective management that was also invited in this forum. By the way, solution by the concern that I already said before, or any funds like maybe facilities or regarding finance and other claims like event also. So in it, maybe we will have discussion to find the best solutions from the management, also from the and clear feedback also from the management.
Okay, so I'm interested because of the international forum that you put on your work plans right now. So I just want to know, we know that we have WISA, we have our better person too also that some of you mentioned that they will become the representative of the international student. So I want to know what is your background regarding why you want to conduct the international forum.
For that, I will come from Commission also, and I think I want to engaging more international students to share more of their suggestion, aspirations into the national, so they also can be able to hear also about their voice.
So why is not you will get in the other forums then? Why is only international forums? Why you are separate?
Like in here or the international group, I will be focusing for the aspirations, for collecting the aspirations from the international students only.
Okay. Next, we will to the test number. Thank you for the answer.
Thank you so much. So the first thing first, why our work plan is a lot of them is from the forum because one of my mission is to uphold the trustworthiness in every decision, discussion, and mediation. So that's why forum is the critical role here because I gather not only the PUSC and the student organization or the student itself, but we also invite the management for like discuss regarding our problem here.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Then wait. Okay, I just want to ask what is the difference between the head of student organization forum and successor forums? Because I see that it's still chairperson and vice chairperson that contribute in that forum.
Yes. So regarding the head of student forum and the successor forum. So the successor forum is a forum that made to measure the improvement of development that already happened in President University Student Council Base 2026. So in the first thing, first is related to legislative and event managing training, where we train them as the most ideal representative of student. And because of that, because of we train them at the first place, we need to measure the improvement in the end of our session of the chairperson. So I want to see the development that they made in President University. So the outcome is we can make like Instagram posts regarding that. So they see the President University is someone credible with that much development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the answers. That's my suggestions. You are put the successor forum in 1 April, right? So therefore, the chairperson and vice chairperson will be elected in the June or July. So you need to consider regarding the timeline. Okay, so thank you for the answer. And the next questions I wanted to ask regarding the okay. So as I mentioned earlier that we know that the USC has 506 functions, right? So in, there is no main function in my opinion because we need to uphold those 506 functions. The most crucial thing is on legislative and commission 2 for the expression mediations and also supervision. But in your two of your work plan, there is no work plan that focusing on the supervision function, right? Except General Summit 1 and General Summit 2. But in supervision, you need to ensure the work plans and the executions of the POSB work plans is well executed, right? So I would like to know about your opinions because the supervision is crucial thing in my opinion because we are maintaining the the relations between PUSC and also PUSB and PUSC to the campus management also PUSC to the students because the event will help to build the students activity, right? I would like to ask you getting your point of view regarding the supervision and how you guys will ensure that the supervisor of the PUSC will not be burdened while they are supervising the a lot of events from the PUSC, starting from candidate number 2.
If I would highlight also that in the USMTS training for so the training for the supervisor, so in the supervisor will also be training how the manage the event and conduct good communication also during the day later on the event like from communication to the supervisor of USC also at the end of the game, so we can create a more supervisory function and more stronger supervisory function.
Continue to do candidate number 3.
Okay, so I realized that the supervisor function in the President University Student Council is a vital role to ensure that the President University Board still aligned with the improvement of the student in President University environment. So that's why the role of the Commission 4 is really urgent and really vital here, because the Commission 4 is our hand to reach the President University student board. So that's why it will be included in my first mission is to create impactful organizational environment to support member well-being and ensure they have the emotional resilience. By that, in my opinion, we really need and appreciate to upholding the role of the Commission for itself. So the basis of our bridge between President University Student Council and the President University Student Board is the Commission for, which is hold the role as the supervisor.
Continue to do candidate number 1.
To make sure the event is supervised right for both of the organizations. Yeah, I will make some. I will even like the PSB and PSC training, as I will say that, because at the part we are going to discuss about the flow of the event. We can say it's as a chamber of the event. For example, we have to make a committee or something like that related to that, and we are going to invite someone who has a competency inside that. So regarding to the supervisory function, we have to know what is going to be supervised and what is inside the event itself, to make sure it's aligned for both organizations. Both of these organizations must do the same training about it. So we have to make sure the vision of this organization is safe by that training. So we know the same flow, the same flow, and we consult with the right person who has competence inside this. So based on that, we can prevent something that misaligned about the supervisor. So
okay, thank you for the answer. Okay. Next, I would like to ask regarding your point of view and your opinion regarding the vice chairperson too later on, because you are in here either you are elected as chairperson or maybe vice chairperson 1. So I want to ask first to the candidate number 3. I think if I'm not mistaken, you already mentioned that we need to make sure that the vice chairperson 2 must represent the international students, right? You're mentioning. Okay, so how the way to we are make sure, because in international students there's a lot of they come from different countries, come from different continent maybe. So how you make sure that from the different countries, different continent, different culture will represented by the vice chairperson?
Yes, thank you so much for the question. So the first thing first, we really need to communicate with the international bureau regarding the list of the student itself, and then we can determine by approaching them it's not approaching all of them, but we see like which one is stand out. We need to dive into their even or cultural events such as like for the past month there was like even from Myanmar student. We need to engage in that event. We see which one is can be represented of the Myanmar student, and then we need to come to across other cultural event that held maybe from a Chinese student, from Timor-Leste student, because back again to my experience, this is regarding the leader of each community. So I have one of my friend that come from Timor-Leste. When I approached him and engaged more talk to him, the rest of the Timor-Leste student can talk with me without any like boundaries such as before. So that's based on my experience. Thank you.
I think we need to get this number 2%.
So here for the vice chairperson to
Three, two, one. Event organized.
If you want to find the best vice chairperson to the maybe the logical thing I will say is find the inside the organization of international student itself. Because if they want to get into that organization, we also can ask to the maybe the chairperson who is the maybe the outstanding member or something like that. If they have the skills or experience like that, it means they have the high interest toward that approach. If we discover something like that, we are going to approach him, and we are going to consult also with the IO, which is have their data or their background, so we can do some screening about the thing that we need is someone who can communicate with all of the students, not only maybe for the international itself, but vice chairperson too is maybe we can say they is more representative for the international student, right? But it is function. We are the connection between all of the students, not only the international, but also the local. And I will make sure it's all the students. So the political way, yeah, find the best, maybe the most exciting from each organizations. We can do some screening and consultation with the IO about that, and we'll find the best candidate of the vice chairperson.
Thank you. So for guys number two, you want to try to answer my questions?
for vice chairperson to first we go to the international office to get a list of the data for the international student and do this meeting to find the best candidate for the vice chairperson to represent the international students also.
Based on answer. So some of your answer is a bit satisfying, but it's not really hitting the core of what we wanted to know from the three of you. But since we have a limited time, so I just want to give you notes the three of you guys. So regarding the work plans, the following that you are want to execute in your terms, make sure that please consider aspiration is not only aspirations. Aspiration is a hard thing that we need to uphold. We need to make sure the aspiration is well achieved by the campus management, but we are not in the side of the students. So if you are conduct a lot of forum, this is my concern that it will burden your tenure or your term later on because you have to pay attention also. You will have a board of director forums, and maybe you will have it's called a present collaboration. If I'm mistaken, that you will have a forum to allow the student with director also, and this book And that's WhatsApp group will have how do you know a lot of aspirations also in that group. So aspiration is not only come from forum. So you need to make sure that all the aspirations that need to be proceed to the campus management is well proceeded and well executed. And also um, and also regarding the way how you will make sure the aspirations or the research results to get well executed with the campus management. Not only to do a follow-up, because follow-up is only reminder. So, for example, you are conducting research regarding campus facility that are not met with our tuition fee last year, but until now, the research result is not being executed by the campus management. So you don't need to follow up again. You need to do an actions that this research results, the research result must be executed because the research will conduct more than months, right? The aspiration will conduct more than months. So you need to make sure again and again that the aspirations and the problems will well solved by the campus management. Then also the things that need to take a note, in my opinion, you guys because maybe most of you come from IT, yeah? So you are focusing on platform or system. So like a website or I think digital in Instagram or TikTok or maybe LinkedIn. In reality, not all the students will focus on our social media. So you need to consider the others way to make sure the students is instead of avoid research. I think that's all.
Ali, for your contributions in the discussion. Now we will proceed to the panelist number 3, Mr. Muhammad Riyadi Fanagara. You may have the floor.
Right, thank you. Pardon me. Do you mind if I have a questions that beyond on this? People either it is people forum or the motion session because I have the personal question that I need to deliver to the.
If it's the aligned with the organizational things or about the only it's
All right, thank you. Hi guys. First question I'd like to ask to both the candidate number one and the candidate number two, as you guys having work programs that relates to the international students, I need to know what is the actual background of you having that kind of program, and how do you ensure that that program will not. No, how do you ensure that that program will ensure that the aspiration of the international students can be covered by your program? And how do you ensure that local or domestic student is not feel excluded instead? Because you are prioritize the international students. Might be answer from the candidate number one, please.
Regarding excitement, how is my yeah, and what is the background of that? And the first, it's based on the personal experience because I have already discovered some of the international students, especially in my class. Some of them suddenly come in the middle of the semester because they don't know anything that, and suddenly they get into class and do nothing. That's the first one. And based on the situations, I also get some similar situations based on that person. Maybe we can say the clueless international person, and yes, some of the friend has the similar situation of it. And then the first for make sure that I have the program to propose. All of the international student has their, we can say, to make them stay on track. I will propose to the related bureau, which is the international office. They have to make. I will collaborate with the international office, which is for every international new student. We will gather them in one same place. So we will introduce about what the local culture is, and we are going to give them maybe some study case that related to our daily or something like that. So we are going to introduce to them. And first, maybe they, based on my experience before, they don't have anyone who represents to talk. And to make sure this local student doesn't feel like uh, like different between the international student. I will make sure with the international student to choose the students which have high scholarship. For example, if the student have a high scholarship, for example, they have already passed the English test. It means they have a good way in communication, right? So, but if we are inviting someone who has that situation, they have also the responsible for that. We can say like that, maybe like some contract or something like that to supporting my work plan. So combining with the person who have already good communication way, for example, then they good English or something like that, and they will help the new student or the international. We can say become a buddy or a partner. So maybe we can matching one of the international student with the local student who has a good communication, especially English. And after that, this forum will just has a platform where they can stay on track to make sure um, the local culture delivery is right into the international school. That's my point.
Right. Next, please.
So if I used to create an international forum, so because that I want the international students also have a platform where they can feel free to express all of their voices, their concern, and their matters in the management of President University. And for the local students, they will also be invited not in the also management forum. Then to place there we can also have the two-way communication forum also for the local student to the management of resident universities. So in the international, we will only focusing on the international students. That's all.
So how do you ensure that the domestic students doesn't feel excluded because you are prioritize the international students?
Because in here also have I already also the also management forum is open for all the chairperson and vice chairperson. There is also for the all the domestic students like the local students. You also can be doing like the international forum. You also can share the concern in the also management forum also respecting the management and president university.
Right. Good. Thanks. And the second question, I'd like to differ to the candidate number two. As you having a program named as the Open Mediation Forum, and you mentioned it is a place for complaint. You need to remind that you need to take notes that BUSC is not an organization that a platform to gather complaint. Is that we gather the aspiration, and you need to distinguish that the aspiration and complaint it is different things. So you don't need to be ready 24/7 to address some kind of to address many issues because students complains to you. So whenever so say that you are elected as the chairperson of the BUSC for next period, please distinguish those things. And from that complaint, I see that you are more focused on the how the commission tool, which is the mediation, which is execute the mediation and aspiration function, will be more burden because your work program. So how so I need to know, do you think it is fair to commission to because your work program? And how do you ensure that commission, if you say not to be partnered commission to, how do you ensure that your work program is not really hard to commission to execute that program?
So in the open mediation forum is forum or platform online platform that where the student needs to like go doing a mediation for it helps to go to the management to share their concern directly, so that they can report it to the community forum that will be conducted online. So the information to ask have to concern as the mediation also will help them to go directly to the management to share their concern and with mediation.
Yeah, I read your explanation regarding that program, and you said that there will be direct contact between both the PUSC, which is especially the Commission 2 and the management. That the Commission 2 will contact direct to the management. And what is the difference between the aspiration reports and that contact with the management? Yeah, what the difference between the aspiration report collected and made by the commission and this contacting to management?
The aspiration report, it is like for the academic was not in here, if where the students like want to like if I want to help to go to the some management maybe like some findings or general affairs to share a concern or maybe aspirations of the respective management, I will came to the open mediation forum and report and share my concern to requesting to help go to directly to the management to share the concern and do mediation together with the management find the best solution.
So in conclusion, do you think this program would be possible for you to execute?
Yes.
Yes, and do you think it will not burden the commission to itself? Right? Thanks. Yes, you may be said it, please. Okay, for the candidate number one, as far as I know that you are being selected as the vice project manager of the Lovers for this year, and you don't even attach the experiences on your CV. May I know why?
Most of the work program that I attach in the CV or experience something like that, usually it's already complete. Because we can say maybe usually in writing any CV or something like that, I write maybe the completion of the my role or something like that, and maybe the percentage and any indicators, so it's more better or something like that. So it's okay.
All right. Speaking of your background, which part of your background could be actually drive you to make the PUSC better in your career? Can you please convince us, the audience? Speaking of your background, could you please, in which background that actually can make you to bring the PUSC as a betterment of the organization in your career? Said that you are elected as the PUSC chairperson.
Maybe if I'm wrong, it's like how to convince them to join the PSC.
No, convince us, the audience. So from your background, which part of your background that can bring PUSC as the better organization?
Okay, maybe the most important one. I've already selected and I'm willing to be a leader. As when I was since I was elementary school, yeah, most of people like choosing me like for example like become a class manager or something chairperson for for the class. Based on that, I have already discovered many types of person and their uniqueness. And based on that, I have already know how to categorize everyone based on their skills or something like that. And I often do some screening for each person. So if I were selected, it's more easier to deliver all of the related tasks in the PSC to someone inside the organization itself.
Yeah, thank you, maybe said. Sorry for the candidate number one. However, I see that from your CV, both from your CV and your work planning program, you are very you are very um, obsessed with the IT things. Please be noted that your background as the researcher even can bring the PUSC better in your career, even if you are elected as the chairperson. So please utilize that experience and please also please also pay attention to the other functions of the PUSC itself rather than only focusing on your background in your major. Right. For the candidate number three, you a lot of say that you will make the regulation more flexible. How do you ensure regulation could be flexible, considering that regulation is actually be rigid for us to be enacted, for us to be enforced?
So thank you so much. For the question, how can I make the regulation is more flexible? So because the background of myself is from the commission tree, I involved a lot in legal draft and in making legal product. So I've seen we really have a limited regulation. It's regulation number one regarding the regarding the meeting, and then regulation number two regarding the supervisor, and then regulation number three regarding the student organization. We changed the Puma Fupa from the we changed the Puma Fupa with the student organization. So it's also one of the implementation of making the regulation more flexible. So it's not only limited for Puma Pufa, but it's could be more flexible to all of the student organization. So what I want to make here is the system. When the system is when more the system when everything could be involved in the work plan of President University. So in order to making the regulation as flexible as possible, because we are the highest legislative, so our regulation will be basis of more regulation that come from other organization in President University. So that's
So it's actually to make regulation flexible is very gambling for you to do so. Are you willing to be responsible if anything happens because you make regulation more flexible? Say that you are elected as the PUSA chairperson.
yes, because I've seen that the opportunity to develop the POSC by fixing the legal product itself is really big. So that's one of the reasons why I willing to become the candidate of chairperson of President University Student Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The questions that is not in people's forum are based on your performance. The question is related to the political situation in this country. Say that the political situation is said there is a bad political situation in our country, and you as the highest legislative organization is urged to be speak up of those bad political situation. How do you manage it? How do you face that kind of situation? You may raise your hand. Whoever would like to answer these questions. So, okay, wow. Okay, please.
Facing of the situation that, as we can see, is the politicians situation right now in Indonesia is, we can say, kind of bad, or there is a kind of maybe like really politics like corruption or something like that, or uh, yeah, or some pollution or something like that. As we as the student organization, maybe it's related. We are also following the way they are doing the democracy, right? The system, I know, not the how they execute it, but we are following based on the highest regulation, which is like the Budaya or something like regulated. And as long as maybe for to answering that situation, as long that situation is breaking the rules or something like that, we must voice our we must voice our voice that say it's a wrong situation because it's breaking the rules itself. And as we as a student, yeah, because we are in academic and we are still learning about that. So as long as I can say it's related to the country regulation. So if it's already proved by the right regulation or something like that, if it's breaking the rules, so why don't we just like we can take a lesson from it. Yeah.
Right. I'll answer you directly. But what if the student offers and the rectorate prohibits you to do so?
In my opinion, if the student affairs or something like that is rejecting that prohibited, as long it's not breaking the rules of the highest rules of the written rules. I mean, if there's a formal prohibition, so we cannot say it's like a one-sided opinion or one-sided and something like that. So if you are talking about the prohibition or something like that, if it's more better if you have the rules that say we can voice anything. So it's also stated in our highest regulation, right? Everyone has the right to speak. So if it's prohibited, we can refer and do some consultation about it. So if the student affairs or any parties who prohibit us to do that, so we can revert to the access regulation. It means if they don't agree with that, so they are confronting the existing regulation.
Right. Are you sure with your answer?
Yes.
Are you sure? Yes. Right. Thank you. Please, next candidate would like to answer. Just raise your hand. Thank you, candidate number one.
Okay, regarding the political situation in our country, which is Indonesia, we still see the lack of the problem.
That, all right, please wait. Disclaimer for all of you guys. I'm not saying that Indonesian political situation is bad. I am not saying that. You are guys that saying that. I said what if there is a bad political situation and you as the legislative body is urged to be speak up of that kind of situation. So what will you do? Okay, please you may go.
Yeah, I still have to refer to the explanation because I speak objectively. What I see wrong, then I will say it's wrong. So, the political situation is bad. Then the higher authority of President University doesn't allow us to speak up regarding the situation. I think to speak up regarding this situation is still possible. We still have like the limited decision by the president university that make us prohibit to do the demonstration. So speaking of the speak up itself, I think we have all the right to speak. It was like the basic of the human being. We have the right, we have the obligation. And for only like speak up, I think it's still possible. But for do the demonstration, we still need to see from like other point of view because as we know, we are in the organization in the international university where still only consists from like one country but another country. So I think we still have the voice to speak up. But regarding the demonstration itself, it's still a bit hard to us from doing that. And I still see some of the weakness from doing democracy beside all of the benefit that we get. Thank you.
Regardless demonstrations, but many of students urge this organization to be speak out. considering that their urge is as the aspiration for all, and we as the legislative body need to gather the aspiration. So how do you impact that?
Okay, we still have a lot of consideration regarding that, regarding their safety and then their right here. So for like doing something as like demonstration, even though there's still a lot of aspiration regarding that.
Are saying that regardless demonstration says that they need the PUSC to speak up or the chairperson to speak up in social media or anything.
Yes, we will do that because we have the right to speak regarding our environment.
When you say otherwise earlier, when you say otherwise earlier, when you say vice versa earlier, and you say that to me that you need to be objectively seeking the root causes of that kind of situation, and you need to be objective to be speak up. So, what is actually your answer?
So speaking objectively, regarding what would happen without any something like we still filter our speak up, but we still need to ensure that the main point of our speaking is spread to other platforms.
Thank you. Next, please, the candidate. What would you answer?
So in my opinion, here, so I will simply for the issues of political that happen if there is urgent or that political issues, and you can also I think can speak up if it's very urgent also the issues, and maybe we can have for the static backgrounds certain person regarding to our rights to speak up regarding the political issue that happen.
So the conclusion, please.
If the issues or the political issues that happen is very urgent, I think we can speak up as the student organization also can give our voice regarding the political issue.
Thank you. Yes, you may now. I don't have any time anymore, and it is actually my concerns were delivered by my both my chairperson. So last question, I need a statement from three of you. How do you ensure that your vision, missions, and anything that you say in this debate session will be actually be executed if you are elected as the chairperson? So free to anyone who would like to answer first. Just raise your hand. Yes, please.
Regarding this question, I will ensure all of my work plan is executed well. Yeah, I have already made the, the actual maybe we can say the planned date or something like that, and I have already experienced also for these currents also and checking for the date in the future, and based on the time and also all of the consideration and the materials that I will deliver inside that kind of plan is already calculated by the for each we can say rubric of achievement. So every work plan that I have made, there is some achievement that I have must achieve or something like that. So to achieve that, I have already list all of the I can say it's a stretch to execute that event. So ensuring all of the work plan has already predicted well, and I've already seen the current implementation is similar to what I have already planned. So the chance of successfully of this event, the hope of my work plan is very high because I already learned from the current situations, and I'm just trying to implement it in my candidates.
Right, thank you. Next, candidates like to answer. Right, please.
Okay.
Pass.
Okay, so
all my vision, mission, and work plan is driven by data and experience itself. I went a lot to the other community, cultural, and then like something like the other community that occur in President University today, in President University. So, and I also I make my vision and work plan is too reasonable to achieve. So I believe all my vision, mission, and work plan can apply and can applicable to the President University environment. Thank you. Next candidate is.
So all my intention is executed as well. I will iterate by the structure of management of all things that we need to execute to all things that we need to execute all commission action here. So I will ensure all things prepared as well so I can execute all the mission and also work plan as well in my terms later on. Thank you.
Right, thank you. For three of you guys, good luck for the next of the which is the announcement day. However, I need to take note from three of you, whoever be elected as the chairperson, please uphold whatever become your values, whatever become your vision and mission. Never change it along the way, even that never change your vision or missions once there's urge you to change it. Yes, good luck guys.
Thank you so much, Mr. Leo, for the discussion in this UB session. Now we will move forward to the closing statement, but before that, I have several conclusions from this panelist forum. So from Mr. Lottery, to the candidate number one, he said that the candidate number one said that everything resolves around technology. That is why from the question um, about the aspiration that conducted in the information system is important because you think that everything resolves around technology, which is would be very beneficial if we use technology as the platform for the aspiration. And then it is important to prepare for the member's career because you want to ensure that the member will get their goal or career path after graduation from the President University. However, panelist number one said that we cannot control the member's future path and it is better for us to have I'm sorry, and then the next one is about the coordination with the PUSB. So the panelists said that the candidate should have strategic meetings to solve issues with PUSB despite of the General Summit 1 or General Summit 2. And then for Mr. Kevin, the panelists highlight about the international forum, which the panelists asked how the candidate handled the communication and the international student. And the candidate number two answer that they will invite the representative of students from each country and involve the vice president to as the leader of the international student community. And also the panelists mentioned about the candidate should make it detailed for who is the one that they're gonna approach at what specific time and at what moments. And this is for all of the candidates. And then for Mr. Aldi, the panelists asked about what makes you always mention about Vice President 2. And it is because Vice President 2 is one of the bridge for us to reach international students. But then again, you don't have to rely on your Vice President 2 because you can always reach international student with your authority as the legislative body. Next, for panelist number 2, Mr. Aleph discuss about the PUSC value and the PUSC function, about the legislation training for three of you work plan, and also talking about the supervision function, which is also an important function of PUSC. Mr. Kevin proposed about the PUS and PSB training, as well as for the Mr. Rasha mentioning about the PUS and PSB training. And Mr. Aldi said that for the impactful organizational experience, we need to uphold the function, which is the supervision function for the Commission 4. And then we also talk about the Vice Chair Procedure 2 regarding the communication with the international office from all of the candidates to gain the demography of the international student, dive into their cultural events, and also to find the best Vice Chair Procedure 2. Lastly, from panelist number 3, we have Mr. Hill that talks about the programs that focuses on the international student and how the candidates will not exclude or will not make the local student feel excluded with your program focus. And then Mr. Rasha explained that why he's making the specific program is because the concern arose from the international student that gets culture shock by the new environment in which studying in a foreign country. And then Mr. Kevin also mentioned about international student concerns, and he will make the international forum. And for local students, he also have the HOSO forum for it. And lastly, for the political situation also being one of the discussion in the panelist session. And then lastly, the panelists asked them to convince us regarding their vision, mission, and also work plan, which Mr. Rasha already planned the date, the rubric of achievement, and that made his level of execution ability is high. And then for Mr. Aldi, he also used the data and all of his work program based on data, and that is what makes his work program applicable. Lastly, for Mr. Kevin, he make a structured preparation and also coordination with the stakeholder, and that is what makes his work plan efficient and mission is strong. Okay. Now we will proceed to the closing statement. Thank you for all the respective panelists for sharing your valuable perspective, insights, and observation throughout this session. Now I also want to extend my appreciation to all of the candidates. And with that, we officially conclude the third debate session and will now proceed to the closing statement. Each candidate will be given 2 minutes to deliver a closing statement. Candidates may use this opportunity to summarize their ideas, reaffirm their commitments, and deliver their final message to the student of President University. The order will follow by candidate number 1, then followed by candidate number 2, and candidate number 3. Now, I would like to invite candidate number 1, Mr. Rasha Benofa Akbar. To Mr. Rasha, you may come to the front.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan untuk kita semua, Rahim. First of all, I would like to say thank you so much for all of the attendees for this tonight, even for the debate sessions. I would like to deeply appreciation for our distinguished panelists, all of the committee, all of the organizational representative for institution, the PSC and PSP, all of the present representative for you willing to come to our distinction. Our debate session is not only for competing for the best idea, but finding something that answering many solutions, many questions, many problems that exist in our university. The leadership is defined by the impact, the action, and the consistency. So let's build our future together in a unified and the professional, also the incredible future. For the best choice for as your heart, and that's all from me. Thank you.
wabarakatuh. Halo, Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. So, first of all, I want to just say thanks to all the panelists who are already giving the feedback and suggestions for today public debate session, and for also all the committees of PUG 2027 who already prepared to the public debate session as well, and also for the moderator and project manager, vice project manager for the public debate session. Here, I get the point that the PUG is very important for us to learn about the democracy process, and so this here the voice is very voice is very matter as a student to choose the new leader for the highest executive executive body, of course, and president university. So don't forget to use your voice to find to vote the best of your choice for the next new leader of the president university. So the council and president of the student board. Thank you. That's all from me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. To the honorable, distinguished panelists and for the chairperson of President University and vice chairperson one of the President University Student Council, and for the president and also vice president of President University Student Board and all of the respective participants, also the committee that already give their best for this debate session. So the first thing first that I want to say that I really enjoy and I'm really happy because I've been through this day. Because I always like to improve, and then when I find something that still lack of myself, I really like to learn more about it. So maybe it was one of the best day of my life. So thank you so much, and I also hope this debate session is not just as the formality to choose the candidate, but also as the platform to get more information regarding what exactly happened in our campus environment. So that's all for me. Thank you so much, and let's make a better campus environment. Thank you.
The BSc public debate of future 2027 has now come to an end. We have heard the visions, missions, perspective, and commitment of each candidate, and we trust that this discussion will contribute to a more informed and responsible voting process. I would like to thank the candidates and esteemed panelists. You return the event to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you and have a good evening.
And a profound round of applause for the three candidates for presenting a highly insightful debate this evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving onward to our next agenda, we would like to express our deepest commendation and gratitude to our esteemed panelists. Their profound expertise, infallible insight, and analytical contribution have significantly elevated the standard of today's debate.
Therefore, we politely invite the project manager of PUG 2027, Ms. Epifania Benedicta Gawat, accompanied by the liaison officer, to step forward on the stage to present the token of appreciation to our honorable panelists.
Moment. For the documentation and event organizer, the stage is yours.
Thank you, guys.
We come to the end of the public debate. Let us close with a final prayer according to our respective religions and beliefs. Prayer begin. Prayer finish.
We have successfully completed the PUSC 2027 public debate of PUGE 2027. We hope this insight shared today provides clarity for your vote in the upcoming election period. Please give a round of applause to all of us.
As we come to the end of this event, we would like to express our profound gratitude to the respectable advisor of PUSC and PUSC